Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Right now, the only one who could have turned the tide was Jean Grey, empowered by the Phoenix Force. But Jean was nowhere to be found, and though the Holy Lord was locked in fierce battle with Qianlong, he hadn't forgotten the others. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed another wave of demonic dragons, merciless, monstrous, and bloodthirsty. Suddenly, a strange rhythmic chant echoed from nearby. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. Everyone turned as a glowing figure stepped forward. It was Dad, but this wasn't the Dad they knew. His body radiated pure, righteous magic, divine and overwhelming. He looked like a celestial guardian descended to Earth. The demonic dragons charged at him, only to be blown back before they could even touch him, disintegrating in the brilliance of his holy energy. "You damned old man," the Holy Lord snarled, eyes narrowing. For the first time, he felt something he hadn't felt in ages: fear. The power flowing from Dad was greater than even Qianlong's mysterious strength. "Dad!" Qianlong exclaimed, eyes lighting up with hope. Dad wasted no time. "Qianlong, seal the Holy Lord. Now!" He began chanting again, and the civilians behind him pulled out enchanted potions, joining the ritual. Seizing the moment, Qianlong launched the Holy Lord backward with a ferocious kick. In a flash, a glowing sword appeared in his hand. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. Dad's incantation intensified, and a blazing portal, the gate to hell, tore open behind the Holy Lord. Its pull was immediate. The Holy Lord struggled against the force, panic twisting across his face. He could still escape. Suka could surely rescue him, but he knew what being sealed in hell meant. His power would be weakened, maybe permanently. "Qianlong," he roared, clinging to the edge of reality. "I will return for you." Then, without hesitation, he tore open his own portal and vanished. "No!" Qianlong shouted, diving after him, but it was too late. The portal slammed shut. The Holy Lord was gone. For now. In his place, chaos reigned. Demonic dragons spiraled through the sky, maddened by bloodlust. But Qianlong turned back. His father needed him. He flew to Dad's side, only to find the man frail, trembling, the divine glow fading from his body. "Dad, what happened?" he asked, kneeling beside him. Dad smiled faintly. "I'm fine, just exhausted. High-level magic takes a toll. But we're alive, and the Holy Lord fled. That's victory enough." He looked around warily. "We must leave before he returns." Though Qianlong was reluctant, he nodded. "Nick, take Dad and get out of here." "What about you?" Nick asked, already lifting Dad into his arms. "I have to find Xiaoyu. I'll rejoin you once she's safe." Without waiting for a reply, Qianlong soared into the sky. He found Xiaoyu still locked in brutal combat with Shimu. She was relentless, standing atop Shimu's back. She clawed at his wings, nearly tearing them off multiple times. But each time she did, the horse talisman's magic restored him. And no matter how hard Shimu tried, he couldn't shake her off. Shimu was losing his mind. Suddenly, Qianlong's voice rang out, "Xiaoyu, we have to go." The distraction was enough. Shimu seized the moment, flinging Xiaoyu off his back before fleeing into the distance with a roar. "Uncle Long," Xiaoyu shouted angrily, flying over. "If you hadn't interrupted, I would have had him." "We don't have time for this," Qianlong said, grabbing her wrist and pulling her with him. "We have to survive first." Reuniting with Nick and the others, they escaped. But the price had been steep. For lay dead on the battlefield, 3 X-Men and Hawkeye. The losses were devastating. Evil had claimed victory once again. The flight back was somber. No one spoke. Even Nick, who usually filled silence with sharp comments, stared at Hawkeye's lifeless body in guilt and regret. He remembered Su-Ku's warning, do not provoke the demons. He hadn't listened. Now it was too late. Elsewhere, inside the demon palace, Su-Ku watched the aftermath through the hell mirror. He smiled. The war was over, and the demons had won. The Holy Lord and Shimu returned, both visibly worn from battle, but quickly healing. Congratulations, Su-Ku said. Victory is ours again. But neither of them smiled. The Holy Lord growled. That old man interfered again. I almost had Chun-Long. It's the third time he's slipped away. He muttered in frustration. Shimu, equally bitter, added, if Chun-Long hadn't shown up, I'd have finished that little brat Xiaoyu. Su-Ku chuckled inwardly. He had seen the fight. Xiaoyu had dominated Shimu. Still, he spared Shimu the embarrassment and instead offered reassurance. This isn't a loss, Su-Ku said calmly. Balance is necessary. Kill them now, and other powers will rise. Letting them live means we know their strengths and how to counter them. The Holy Lord and Shimu exchanged glances. He was right. Better the enemy you know. Suddenly, the Holy Lord barked, where's Valen? A voice answered, he's not here. They turned. It was Loki. Su-Ku blinked. He'd forgotten Loki was even there. Where did he go? The Holy Lord demanded. Loki shrugged. No idea. Out enjoying himself. The Holy Lord snorted. He'd grown suspicious of Valen ever since he handed him the Golden Rooster King's treasure. Now Valen was never around when needed. An idea struck him. Loki, the Holy Lord said, smirking, you'll clean up the battlefield. What? Loki's eyes widened. I'm the Prince of Asgard. But under the combined gazes of the three demons, his pride melted. Fine, I'll do it, he muttered, defeated. The Holy Lord summoned more dragons, and Loki, miserable, went with them. Su-Ku laughed. Loki was thoroughly in their grasp now. With the war over, he bid the others farewell and vanished into the shadows. Back at Area 13, Nick returned with the others, bringing 4 corpses and a severely wounded Kraken. Kraken had been slashed across the chest by Shimu. His survival was uncertain. Inside the conference room, silence reigned. The X-Men had lost 3 of their own. The Avengers had lost Hawkeye. Nick wanted to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. He had failed as a leader. Professor X sat pale and quiet, his pride shattered. The Holy Lord's telepathy had overpowered him completely. For the first time, Charles Xavier felt truly helpless. Dad, Xiaoyu whispered as she clung to the old man's side. Finally, Dad stood and spoke. Enough sorrow. What's done is done. The devil is far stronger than we ever imagined. Many of you lost friends today, and someday, you may lose me too. But this is war. If we fall into despair now, we're already dead. His words cut through the silence. Xiaoyu trembled. Don't say that, Dad. She already knew what had happened to Chun-Long, and the fear was sinking in. The demons weren't just powerful, they were unstoppable. Despite the heavy losses, Dad remained calm. He had known the risks the moment he chose to oppose the devil. Sacrifice was inevitable. He just didn't know whose it would be. This was war. Against demons. Not a game. Not a noble skirmish. Real blood. Real death. His quiet strength steadied the room. The sorrow in everyone's hearts began to settle. Nick took a breath and stood. We may have failed this time, he said, voice steady but strained, but we'll regroup. We'll find a way to win. Until then, no more reckless assaults. He turned to Professor X. Agreed. Professor X nodded solemnly. You're right. We underestimated our enemy. Next time, we don't go in blind, we go prepared. But even as he spoke, regret gnawed at his soul. Jean Grey. He had left her behind. Her Phoenix Force had been unstable, too dangerous to risk near allies. But now it was clear. If Jean had come, things might have been different. The Phoenix could have torn through the devil's ranks like wildfire through dry grass. Too late. The only option left now was to return to the academy and train her. Refine the Phoenix. Prepare for the day they would fight again. Even with their determination renewed, the atmosphere in the room remained suffocating. No one had the strength to speak. Quietly, one by one, they left. Professor X departed with the remaining X-Men, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades. Kraken, barely saved by medical care, left with them, alive but scarred. Nick stayed behind. The conference room was empty now. Hollow. He sat alone, drowning in silence. His thoughts spiraled. New York lost to the demons. S.H.I.E.L.D. overrun by H.I.E.L.D. And now even Hawkeye was dead. He had failed again. Just then, Blake approached with a phone. "It's the president." Nick took the call with a sigh. "Mr. President." The voice on the other end came sharp and cold. "Nick, another failure, it seems." Nick didn't flinch. "Yes, I accept full responsibility." A pause. Then, Garrett's been pushing for your arrest. I was very close to issuing a nationwide warrant. Nick blinked but didn't argue. "Do what you must. I won't resist." But the president's next words changed everything. "I'm not arresting you. I'm giving you a mission." Nick straightened in his seat. "I know now. Garrett is H.I.E.L.D. So is Alexander Pierce. I want S.H.I.E.L.D. back. Under your command." Nick was stunned. "How? What did you find out?" But the president avoided the question. "Blake will assist you. Take back S.H.I.E.L.D., remove the rot. Then we'll deal with the devils." Nick glanced at Blake, who simply nodded. The pieces fell into place. Nick's voice hardened. "Understood. I won't fail this time." "See that you don't," the president replied. "Let the demons be for now. We fight the war, we can win." The call ended. Blake confirmed it. He had informed the president himself, using District 13's independent access. Nick was speechless. He never expected this kind of loyalty from Blake. But there was no time to waste. A spark of purpose returned to his eyes. This wasn't over. First H.I.E.L.D., then the devil. Nick moved fast. Within 30 minutes, 2 teams had been mobilized. Blake's agents from District 13 would arrest Alexander Pierce. The Avengers, called back into action, would confront Garrett and cleanse S.H.I.E.L.D. of Hydra agents. Even in mourning, they stood united, ready to strike. And strike they did. By the time Suka became aware of it, 3 days later, Nick had already reclaimed S.H.I.E.L.D. Garrett and Pierce were behind bars. But to Suku, this was mere background noise. Trivial. His focus was elsewhere. New York, sealed in shadow. Thanks to Nishiki's magic, New York had become a realm of its own, a city sealed off from the world. Within, demons thrived. Outside, righteousness surged. But there was a problem. The imbalance. Because the demons refused to leave New York, dark energy elsewhere was rapidly diminishing. And that meant one thing. A new demon would soon emerge to restore balance. Even if Suku did nothing, the universe would correct itself. Unless someone went out to spread chaos. Shimu, the Holy Lord, maybe even Suku himself. But none of them were interested. Shimu enjoyed his freedom. The Holy Lord had claimed New York as his throne. And Suku? Too lazy to bother. Still, a new demon was overdue. Suku considered his options. In the dark halls of the Demon Palace, Suku brought the topic forward. "I'm thinking of releasing another one of your siblings." Shimu's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great." The Holy Lord, however, stiffened. He masked his discomfort with a forced smile. "Another release? Which one?" He had no problem if it wasn't Zhongsu, because Zhongsu's original domain included New York, and the Holy Lord had no intention of giving up his throne. Let the others out. Anyone but Zhongsu. Quickly, his mind raced through the list. Bogang ruled in the east. No conflict. Basha governed the seas. Again, no overlap. Dikue's land was far across Africa. No threat. Safong had dominion in Latin America. Harmless. But Zhongsu? Zhongsu's territory was New York. If Zhongsu were freed, the Holy Lord would be forced to surrender everything he'd claimed. Unacceptable. Suka hadn't yet decided who to release, which meant the Holy Lord had a chance. If he could influence Suku to pick anyone but Zhongsu, then he could preserve his kingdom. So, with a careful tone, he said, "I suggest Basha. The world lacks a water demon. Balance, after all." Suka raised an eyebrow, then smirked. He knew exactly what the Holy Lord was doing, but he didn't call him out. Let the game play out. Meanwhile, In the deepest pits of hell, a powerful demon stirred. Zhong-Su sneezed. He frowned. Demons don't sneeze. Something wasn't right. Something was coming. And when it did, he would remember who once stole his throne. And he would take it back. Although he had a wishful thinking in his mind, the Holy Master did not dare to say these words. So he looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. and said, "My dear brother, which demon do you want to unleash?" The Holy Lord wanted to try S.H.I.E.L.D's tone first. S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled and said, "I haven't decided yet. Which demon do you think is suitable? Either one is fine, as long as it's not S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Soviet Union." The Holy Lord muttered something in his heart, but said in his mouth, "Actually, for me, anyone could do it. After all, we are all our brothers and sisters." This was so well said that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help but want to give the Holy Master a thumbs up. But how could S.H.I.E.L.D. not know what the Holy Lord was thinking about? So he just smiled, said nothing, and then looked at Shimu again. "Shimu, which demon do you think is better for us to release now?" S.H.I.E.L.D. asked. "If you ask me, I still think it would be better to release Xiao. Shimu didn't have as much thought as the Holy Master, so he directly said Sa Feng's name. Because Shimu had the best relationship with Sa Feng when he was in hell, so he definitely hopes that Sa Feng can also be free. When the Holy Master heard this, he nodded thoughtfully, because he also thought that Sa Feng was good. Among the 8 demons, Sa Feng is the only one who is kind to the Holy Lord. And there is no conflict with the Holy Lord's territory at all, so if it is Sa Feng, then the Holy Lord can still accept it. But when he heard this, S.H.I.E.L.D. shook his head, because suddenly he thought of a more suitable candidate. So he said, "What do you think of Bo-Gang?" "Bo-Gang? Bo-Gang could do it too." Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D. talking about Bo-Gang, the Holy Master nodded quickly. In fact, the Holy Lord hates Bo-Gang very much. But considering that Bo-Gang's territory does not conflict with his own, he will naturally not object. And the Holy Lord knows that the real decision-making power actually lies in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. No matter what opinions he and Shimu put forward, S.H.I.E.L.D. would still need to nod in the end. Shimu still had no objection to the release of Bo-Gang. Anyway, in his eyes, they were all his brothers and sisters. 900. But at this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly said with his chin twitching, "Actually, I think S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Soviet Union are pretty good too. Damn it." Hearing this, the Holy Master was immediately shocked and confused for a moment. The thing he was most worried about had come. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. releases Zhong-Su, he will get out. He is not willing to give in. Why should I hand over the territory I finally conquered to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Soviet Union? Is it just because this place was originally the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Soviet Union? He is not convinced. Then, just when the Holy Master wanted to say something, he suddenly saw S.H.I.E.L.D. smiling at him. "Just kidding, I still think we should let Bo-Gang come out first." For a moment, the Holy Master didn't know whether to cry or laugh. And he has already seen that S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually playing with himself. The demon he really wants to release is Bo-Gang. Just when the Holy Master didn't know what to say, Shimu suddenly spoke. "Then Bo-Gang. I think Bo-Gang is good too. After all, Bo-Gang's strength is relatively high among demons, so letting her come out may also be helpful to them." Seeing this, how can the Holy Lord still have the slightest hesitation? Immediately afterwards, he nodded quickly and said, "I agree. In fact, for S.H.I.E.L.D., it is the same no matter which demon is released." But just now, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly thought that the area ruled by Bo-Gang was a small life. When he thought of this, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help but want to release Bo-Gang. After all, instead of letting the devil harm other countries, it would be better to let Bo-Gang harm S.H.I.E.L.D. Ever since, this matter has been decided so happily, and there is no need to wait any longer. Just take action as soon as a few people say it. The next second, a portal opened in front of S.H.I.E.L.D., and on the other side of the portal was Zaoryu. Immediately afterwards, they came to the territory of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this Bo-Gang's territory? The Holy Lord glanced at Xiaotian, somewhat speechless, because he found that it was surrounded by the sea and was simply an island, not a country at all. He doesn't like this place at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. just smiled and said nothing. But suddenly at this moment, K suddenly noticed a special power fluctuation. Looking along this wave of power, he saw a dormant volcano not far away. And that volcano is Mount Fuji. Intuition told Suku that something seemed to be slowly awakening under Fushir Mountain. Immediately afterwards, Suk looked at Shimu aside and asked, "Shimu, do you feel it?" Shimu nodded and said, "I feel it. There seems to be some monster awakening under that volcano." The Holy Lord also sensed it, and then smiled and said, "It's really interesting. Do you want to kill him?" It was a gift for Bogang at that time, because it was not Jongsu who finally decided to release, but Bogang. The Lord was in a pretty good mood at the moment. He even wanted to help Bogang deal with the monster sleeping under the volcano. Anyway, in his opinion, this is almost a piece of cake. But when he heard this, Suku shook his head. "No, since this is Bogang's territory, let Bogang handle it on his own. Let's go see Bogang." As soon as Suku finished speaking, another portal opened. And on the other side of the portal is hell. Without the slightest hesitation, Suk walked in with Shangju and Shimu. "Bogang." The moment he appeared in hell, Suku shouted. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a sudden tremor of the mountains, a monster of huge amounts like mountains and rivers slowly walked over. Surprisingly, it is Bogang. "Chulan, Shangju, Shimu, why are you here?" Seeing that the three demons in front of him actually came to hell together, Bogang instantly became curious. Shimu spread his wings and flew in front of Bogang, and then said, "Bogang, congratulations, we have decided to let you out." "What?" Hearing this, Bogang was instantly ecstatic. You must know that she just went out once not long ago and finally experienced the feeling of freedom. She thought it would take a long time for her to be free, but she didn't expect freedom to come so quickly. "Kurslan, is this true?" Immediately afterwards, both Zheng seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Suk with excitement. Obviously, Bogang knew that no matter what Shimu and the Holy Lord said, it was useless. Suku was the only person who could decide this matter. Facing the excited Bogang, Suku nodded lightly. "That's right. I came here this time with the intention of letting you, Jag, out. Now, I was finally sure that I was about to leave hell." For a moment, she suddenly became extremely excited. At this moment, other demons also gathered around. Naturally, they also heard the conversation just now, which immediately made them envious. But they couldn't fight because everything was decided by Suku, and they could only stay in hell and wait for Suku to release them. And it is obvious that this day is coming soon, because if Bogang is added, 4 of the 8 demons have already left hell. There are only 4 of them left. Since everyone has the opportunity, why should we fight for it? What's more, even if you want to fight, you can't fight, and you will offend Suku. They are not that stupid. But when he saw this scene, the Holy Master suddenly felt that he should say something. So he looked at the other demons and comforted. "My dear brothers and sisters, please rest assured that we will release you as soon as possible. It won't be long before you all will be free again." When he said this, the Holy Master glanced at Jongsu intentionally or unintentionally, and at the same time, he felt secretly happy in his heart. After all, he now occupies the territory of Dacia and the Soviet Union. Poor Dacia and the Soviet Union are still kept in the dark. Then let's go. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and Suku is too lazy to talk nonsense. The next second, he directly opened a portal of huge amounts, and on the other side of the portal was Zuri's longitude. This is the most densely populated city in S.H.I.E.L.D, and it is also the capital of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's definitely the place where Bogon's Hell Gate exists. Originally, Suku could have chosen another place to release Bogang, but he suddenly felt that it was not necessary. He felt that this was the most suitable place for Bogang to appear. So Suku flew over with the Holy Lord and Shimu first. Immediately afterwards, Bogang slowly moved his body and climbed out. Although Suku has tried his best to open the portal as wide as possible, it still cannot accommodate Bogang's huge body. Bogang stretched out his big hands, grabbed both sides of the portal, and then climbed out of the portal with great effort. Not long after, Gang finally climbed out of hell. Feeling everything familiar around him, Bogang shouted excitedly, "Finally! I'm finally free. Ha ha ha. At the moment, Bo was extremely excited, far more excited than before when he appeared in Asgard, because this is the area she ruled thousands of years ago. She has a deep affection for this land. Well, it's the kind of emotion that can be eaten into your stomach. Suddenly, at this moment, Bo Gang looked at Su-Ku and the Holy Lord with his lips curled up. Su-Ku smiled, then pointed to the east longitude not far away, and said, Bo Gang, this is your territory, so you can do whatever you want. Definitely, you can eat whatever you want to. If at the moment we're in other countries, then Su-Ku would definitely stop the demon from killing humans. But if it was in his childhood, why would he stop it? In his opinion, it would be nice if he didn't help Bo Gang ruin his little life. So just go ahead and do whatever you want. When Bo heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, because in her opinion, everything in Dongjing City is delicious food. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Bo Gang quickly rushed towards the east longitude not far away. And at the moment Bo just took action, Su-Ku clearly felt the power under Fu-Shur Mountain. The monster seemed to be more restless, but he doesn't care at all. At the same time, with every move of Bo Gang, the ground beneath his feet would tremble. Not far away, people in the city also felt something. When they looked up and saw a huge monster heading towards the city, everyone was instantly frightened out of their wits. All of a sudden, the whole city was busy escaping. The aura of terror began to fill the air. And horror is Bo Gang's favorite flavor. Ah, the taste of food and the taste of delicious food. Bo Gang roared excitedly, then rushed directly into Dongjing City and started her delicious feast. And she devours not only the small life, but also the surrounding buildings and trees. In short, everything will be devoured by Bo Gang without mercy. As Bo Gang devoured her, her size and strength also began to increase rapidly. Su-Ku glanced at Bo Gang, who was wreaking havoc in the East Meridian, and smiled slightly. Then he said to the Holy Lord and Shimu, "Let Bo Gang play by himself. Let's go." Immediately afterwards, a portal opened next to him, and on the other end of the portal was New York. "What? Are you leaving just like that? Why don't you look at it for a while?" The Holy Lord said with some unfinished thoughts. Following Bo Gang's evil deeds, the entire Dongjing City fell into panic, and the Holy Lord enjoyed this feeling very much. Su-Ku smiled and said, "We can definitely keep watching here, but have you ever thought about what would happen if the Avengers launched an attack on New York while you were away?" Damn it! The moment he heard this, Sacred Heart was suddenly shocked. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, the Holy Master turned around and flew into the portal. Shimu then flapped his wings and flew in. Seeing the anxious look on the Holy Master's face, Su-Ku only felt funny, because he was just joking with the Holy Lord. After all, Avengers are not fools. After the previous failure, how could they launch an attack on the Holy Lord so quickly? But looking at the Holy Lord, he really cares about New York. It seems that it is not an easy task to release Dacia and the Soviet Union. After all, strictly speaking, the area currently ruled by the Holy Lord was actually the territory of Dacia and the Soviet Union. Definitely, you should talk about this kind of thing later. Shaking his head, Su-Ku turned around and walked into the portal, returning to New York. After returning to New York, Suk separated from Shangzhou and Shimu. As Bo Gang wreaked havoc in the East Longitude, S.H.I.E.L.D. also quickly received the news. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury is looking at the screen in front of him with a headache. Displayed on the screen was a huge and ugly monster. Her body is as huge as a mountain, covering the sky and the sun, making people feel very frightened and disgusted at a glance. And this monster is wreaking havoc in the East Longitude at the moment. Whether it is humans or buildings, she will eat almost everything she sees, and she is not picky at all. Countless little days were spent screaming and swallowed by her, and as she was devouring her, her size actually grew larger and larger, soon exceeding 100 meters. Intuition told Nick that this monster should be more than just a monster. It is very likely that he is the same demon as the Holy Lord. Then, Just when Nick was considering whether to call his father and ask, his phone suddenly rang. When I looked carefully, it was actually my dad calling. "Hey, Dad, Nick picked up the phone, and before he could finish a sentence, his father's voice suddenly rang. "Needless to say, Dad also knows what you were going to say. That's right. That's not a monster at all, but a demon. And it's the mountain demon among the 8 demons. Bo-Gang. Damn it. How did Bo-Gang appear in this world?" Dad said angrily. He never thought that Bo-Gang would appear in S.H.I.E.L.D at this time. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, Ko also took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, he guessed it right. This monster of huge amounts is indeed a demon. Then Nick hurriedly asked, "Dad, what should we do now?" Nick knows in his heart that his father's help is needed when it comes to things about demons. Otherwise, they won't be able to deal with them at all. The dad on the other end of the phone was silent at first, and then said, "Don't say anything. Let's rush over first and then talk. Dad will prepare things here first, and you will come to pick us up right away." "Okay, I'll come right away." When Nick heard this, he quickly agreed. Although he has just regained control of S.H.I.E.L.D, he does not want to get involved in the devil's affairs. Not to mention that the place where the devil appears is not the United States, but a small day. But considering that the purpose of Avengers' existence is to save the world, he finally plans to go there. Ever since, Nick summoned the Avengers again. Soon, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and the Captain of the United States rushed over. The current Avengers can be said to be depleted of talent. Except for the 3 of them, Hawkeye died in the previous battle. Chen-Long usually helps his father's antique shop, and only comes over when necessary. Not to mention Xiaoyu. Except for dealing with Shimu, Dad does not allow Xiaoyu to participate in any action. As for Tony, he is also busy with his own affairs recently. Because the Holy Lord ruled New York, Tony lost Stark Tower. So in the past few days, Tony has transferred assets from New York City to Los Angeles. After all, this place is far away from the Holy Lord, and the Holy Hand is not here. He just had the opportunity to study his invention. After several days of research, Tony discovered that his father's righteous magic can actually be copied in large quantities. Although the armor alone is equipped with magic, it will not be of much use against demons. But what if there are 100 armors with magic added to them? Or what about 1,000 armors with magic added to them? What about even 10,000 armors with magic added to them? Can such an armored army cause huge amounts of damage to demons? After having this idea inexplicably in his mind, Tony started to take action. That's right. Now Tony wants to use robots equipped with powerful magic to defeat evil and protect the world. If Suka knew about this, he would be surprised. Because this is obviously the plot of Avengers Alliance 2 Age of Ultron. But in the original plot, Tony did this to prevent Thanos from coming to Earth. But now, Tony is doing this to prevent the Holy Lord from ruling the world. I have to say, the development of things is really getting more and more interesting. 012804309 Felu 131403011. When Nick was ready, Tony also rushed over. Immediately afterwards, everyone went to Dad's antique shop and picked up Dad and the others. Then I went back to my little life. On the plane, Nick looked at the pile of things his father brought and was somewhat speechless. Because these things are so messy, there are a lot of bottles and cans, and there is even a drum. Nick held the drum in his hand and shook it, then said speechlessly, "Dad, we are here to defeat the devil this time. Not to see some concert? Why did you bring a musical instrument?" When Dad saw this scene, he quickly snatched it away, and then gave Nick a head pop. He also complained, "Be careful. This is not a musical instrument. This is a token of Death God that seals Bo-Gang." "Nope, a Death God token." When Tony heard this, he hurriedly walked to his father's side. His eyes shone brightly, and he said, "Dad, when did you find a Death God token? Why didn't you tell me? I'm still waiting for your Death God armor. Lend it to me." As he spoke, Tony carefully took the drum from his father's hand. Then he observed it carefully, but after watching it for a long time, he didn't find anything strange about this drum. Seeing this, Dad took the drum over again, put it in his backpack, and said, "Dad has not forgotten what he promised you. But this time the situation is a bit special. because it is difficult to extract the mysterious power that sealed Bo Gang. Dad will tell you after it is extracted. Now, let's wait until we seal Bo Gang first. When Nick heard this, he could only nod in agreement. At the same time, a bolder idea suddenly appeared in Nick's mind. That is, can the unknown power be copied? If possible, he wants to use the power of the unknown to create an army of unknown armors. When the time comes, any demon will have to kneel down. I just don't know if this method is feasible. Just when everyone was thinking about it, they had already arrived over the east longitude. But at the moment, when they saw the picture in front of them, everyone frowned. I saw that this city that was extremely prosperous before was now in ruins. And among the ruins, a monster as tall as a river is devouring everything. Astonishingly, it is the devil of the mountain, Bo Gang. Looking at Bo Gang not far away, Nick frowned and said, Bo Gang seems to be a little bigger than before. That's right. Dad nodded and said, Bo Gang is the demon of the mountain. She has the ability to devour everything and turn it into her own power. That is to say, the more she eats, the bigger she will be, and, similarly, the stronger she will be. When Qianlong heard this, he immediately said, Then what are we waiting for? Stop her quickly. If she keeps eating, who knows what he will become like? Dad nodded and said, Okay, you go and delay for a while Dad prepares first. As the father spoke, he began to prepare the magic potion to seal Bo Gang. At the same time, Qianlong, Banner, and Tony are also ready to take action. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw Mount Fushur hundreds of kilometers away in the east longitude, suddenly erupting violently. Then, from the endless lava, a monster of huge amounts crawled out with a roar. Roar! A roar resounded throughout the world. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? Why did another monster appear? On the plane, everyone stopped and looked confused for a moment, completely confused as to what was happening in front of them. Nick was the first to react and quickly sent out several drones to investigate. Through the picture transmitted back, everyone saw a monster that looked like a huge amount of lizard just crawled out from under the volcano and then ran towards the direction of Bo Gang. Nick swallowed nervously. He didn't know what to say. Originally, they were just here to deal with Bo Gang, but unexpectedly, another monster appeared from under the volcano. At the same time, information about this monster also appeared in front of Nick. 010. Nick then explained to everyone. This monster seems to be named Godzilla. It is a legendary monster from childhood. Dad didn't say anything because he didn't feel the power of black aura in Godzilla. This means that Godzilla is not a demon, just a monster. Then at this moment, Tony suddenly discovered. What? And then said, Why do I think this monster just came here for Bo? Everyone hurriedly looked over, and then they discovered that the direction Godzilla was heading at this moment was the direction where Bo Gang was. Tony is right. For a moment, Tony suddenly thought of another idea. He looked at the crowd and said, In that case, how about we let them kill each other? Nick lowered his head and thought about it, and felt that this was indeed a good idea. After all, there is no way they can deal with these two guys at the same time. If that's the case, then it's better to let them kill each other first, and then they go out to clean up the mess. After making up their mind, everyone started to take action. But this time, their mission became to create a fighting opportunity for the two monsters. In fact, there is no need to deliberately create it, because Bo Gang discovered Godzilla as early as the moment Godzilla appeared. At the moment, Bo Gang's size has also grown to more than 150 meters tall, even taller than Godzilla. In fact, when he first came to S.H.I.E.L.D, Bo Gang discovered Godzilla sleeping under the volcano. It's just that she was very hungry at the time, so she didn't pay attention to Godzilla. But now she is almost eaten and her strength has almost recovered. Seeing Godzilla charging towards him, Bo Gang instantly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Are you the monster that was born here while I was sealed? Very good, very good. I'm still a little hungry. I just want to fill my stomach with you. Bo Gang said with a ferocious smile. In her opinion, the Godzilla in front of her was only worthy of being her food. Immediately afterwards, Gang also moved his huge body and rushed over. Seeing this, Nick quickly ordered the plane to stay away from this area. He didn't want to die in a gang fight between two monsters, otherwise it would be too unfair. When the people who were still alive in Dongjing City saw this scene, they instantly felt hopeless. One wave was enough to kill them, but unexpectedly, another guy came, and this guy was the legendary monster Godzilla. Is my little life really going to be destroyed? At this moment, a feeling of despair surged through the hearts of all Ziotians. They don't know what is waiting for them. And with the appearance of Godzilla, the most famous Mount Toshi in the early days had already exploded. Countless magma carried volcanic ash and swept through all the surrounding cities. But as a monster, Godzilla doesn't care about so much. At the moment, all his attention is on Bogon. He must kill this demon that threatens him. And the same is true for Gang. But unlike Godzilla, Gang just wants to eat Godzilla at this moment. Because only by eating Godzilla can her bottomless stomach be temporarily satisfied. Boom! The next second, the two monsters collided. With an earth-shattering sound, the two monsters began to fight. Although Gang has super defensive ability, Godzilla is not bad either. After all, he has been dormant under the volcano all year round, and the scales on his body have been tempered by magma, making his armor extremely durable. Gang bit Godzilla on the shoulder, but it didn't hurt him, which surprised Gang. Interesting. Gang instantly became interested. However, at this moment, Godzilla took the opportunity to spray out a stream of hot flames at Bogon. But for Gang, what is the use of this attack? Gang didn't even bother to block, letting the flames burn him. But then, Godzilla unexpectedly discovered that the monster in front of him seemed to be immune to fire attacks. His attack just now didn't even burn off a hair on her body. At the same time, Gang suddenly felt that the monster in front of him was interesting. Not only is he similar to the Lord of Ability, he even looks like him. At the moment, if the Holy Lord were here and knew Gang's inner thoughts, he would definitely feel very aggrieved. I am a dragon, but when did I turn into a big lizard? At this moment, seeing that the flames were ineffective, Godzilla stopped. Immediately afterwards, he began to swing his tail with huge amounts of tail and swept towards Gang. And such an attack was indeed effective. With just one blow, it hit Gang instantly, causing Gang to stumble back dozens of steps. Little guy, you succeeded in irritating me. As soon as stabilized his body again, he suddenly became furious. Looking at Godzilla in front of him again, Gang suddenly wanted to eat this guy even more. Immediately afterwards, Bo started to attack Godzilla quickly. As she moved, the land of S.H.I.E.L.D was suddenly shattered by landslides. Facing the huge amounts of waves like mountains and rivers, Godzilla was unable to dodge for a moment and was knocked to the ground unexpectedly. Just when Godzilla struggled to get up, Bo just saw the right moment and stepped on Godzilla's tail with one foot. Then he bit Godzilla's neck. Although it was fun to have such a toy, Gang wanted more than food. Because as long as she eats Godzilla, she will be almost full, and there is no need to devour those humans and cities. After all, what she wants is to rule, not to destroy everything. Although Godzilla has thick scales on his body, Gang is also murderous at this moment. For a moment, Gang's teeth actually penetrated the skin on Godzilla's neck. Roar! Realizing that his life seemed to be really threatened, Godzilla roared again in an instant. At the same time, bursts of blue light suddenly appeared on Godzilla's back, and his power also grew rapidly. Immediately afterwards, Gang realized that she couldn't bite Godzilla anymore. A powerful force is emerging from the Godzilla group. What's the situation? Just when Gang was a little surprised, Godzilla suddenly broke free from Gang's restraints and stood up again. The next second, before could react, Godzilla suddenly opened his mouth. Instantly, the bedpan released a breath containing endless atomic energy. Is the atomic breath? It is worth mentioning that Godzilla's atomic breath is not a laser, but atomic energy released from Godzilla's body. This energy is so exaggerated that its temperature can reach more than 600,000 degrees Celsius. Not only can it easily destroy high-rise buildings, it can even penetrate the center of the Earth with ease. It is one of Godzilla's most deadly 820 trump cards. Bogang couldn't dodge for a moment and was directly hit in the body. In an instant, he flew backwards and smashed directly into a big mountain. Boom! What followed was another landslide. When he saw this scene, Nick immediately took a breath, because he never thought that this monster named Godzilla would be so powerful. For a moment, it didn't know what to do. Although watching Godzilla defeat Bogang is a good thing, what are they going to do with Godzilla next? After all, the volcanoes he had been dormant before had erupted, so he couldn't find another volcano for him to continue to sleep in, right? Just when Nick had a headache. In New York City, Suku was sitting on the sofa in his villa with a calm face, and a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. The portal is not big, but you can see what is happening in the entire east longitude. That's right. Although he left the east longitude, Suk has been observing everything that happens in the east longitude, including the previous appearance of Godzilla and the battle with Bogang. Suku saw everything. No way. Because he knew early on that Godzilla was sleeping under Mount Fushur, Suku was really curious. That is, if Bo goes up against Godzilla, who will win? Did Godzilla's atomic breath defeat Pongo? Or did Pongo eat Godzilla? One is the king of monsters, and the other is the mountain demon among the 8 demons. Suku is very interested in this battle. Although Bogang has been knocked away by Godzilla's atomic breath at the moment, it seems that his life or death is unknown. But Suka knew that Bogang would not be killed so easily. After all, demons are immortal, not to mention that Bogang doesn't have the strongest defensive ability among demons. Really, just when Suka was thinking about something, there was a sudden sound of huge amounts not far away. Immediately afterwards, Bogang got up again. What followed was Bogang's crazy laughter. Little guy, you succeeded in irritating me. Bogang struggled to crawl up and rushed over again while grinning. Nick was shocked when he saw this scene. He never expected that such a powerful attack would not cause the slightest harm to Bogang. Godzilla also seemed a little shocked. Without any hesitation, he once again directed a hot atomic breath at Bogang. But this time Bogang actually managed to survive. Immediately afterwards, Bogang slowly approached Godzilla while holding the atom and exhaling. For a moment, the power of atomic breath began to permeate the entire city, and everything around it was burned in an instant. Realizing that the surrounding temperature was rising rapidly, Nick had no choice but to increase the distance by another 10 kilometers, and then he got some relief. At this moment, the entire east longitude suffered, and the scorching temperature burned everything. Countless little days died at this moment. But at the moment, no one cares about their death. Everyone only cares about who can win the final victory between these two monsters. At the same time, Bo finally succeeded in approaching Godzilla, and Godzilla's atomic breath also stopped at this moment. Next, Scylla swung his tail behind him again and swept towards Bogang. But how could the same trick be useful to Bogang? Bo just stretched out his short palm and grabbed Godzilla's tail in an instant. The next second, with a violent swish, Godzilla was forcibly lifted up. Boom! Along with a burst of huge amounts of sound, Godzilla's body was violently thrown to the ground by a wave. For a moment, the earth shook. The whole little day seemed to be shattered. Duh! This sudden force was not light, and Godzilla roared angrily in pain. But Bogang was unmoved. At the moment, she just wanted to eat the guy in front of her. But obviously, things are not over yet, because in the next second, the blue energy on Godzilla exploded again. Then the dorsal fin on his back started to snake randomly in all directions. At one point, by accident, the laser hit Bogang directly in the eye. Although Bogang was not injured, it made Bogang feel a little pain. Immediately afterwards, Bogang involuntarily let go of Godzilla's tail. Godzilla took the opportunity to sweep out his tail and instantly swept Bogang away. But this time Bo just took 2 steps back and rushed over again. At the moment, Bogang became even more angry. However, she was not the only one who was angry. Godzilla was also extremely angry at this moment. He was sleeping well under the volcano, but three guys came inexplicably just now. The special energy in them activated him while he was sleeping. Then, with the appearance of Bogang, he finally couldn't sleep anymore. So he burst out of the volcano. I originally thought about defeating this demon quickly and then going back to find a place to sleep again, but I didn't expect that this demon would be so powerful. And now he has no way out. They are destined to fight to the death. From Godzilla's point of view, Bogang must die. Ever since, Godzilla's skin began to gradually turn red, and the previously blue energy also began to turn red. The nuclear reaction in his body began to lose control, and his entire body continued to emit a strong steam. He wants to kill Bogang, but to achieve this step, he can only complete the next step of evolution. Obviously, Godzilla at this moment is about to evolve into Red Lotus Godzilla. This is almost one of Godzilla's most powerful forms. He could destroy everything with just a move of his hands. At the same time, Tony instantly detected a large amount of nuclear radiation. His intuition told him that the monster named Godzilla was about to launch his strongest attack. "Get out of here quickly." Without any hesitation, Tony yelled at Nick. Nick didn't dare to delay because he also noticed something was wrong. The nuclear radiation detectors in the plane are going off the charts right now. Immediately afterwards, they took the plane and flew into the distance as fast as they could. At this moment, Bogang, who was fighting Godzilla, also discovered the changes in Godzilla. Looking at the red, flaming monster in front of me, Bogang said with a ferocious smile, "You are really becoming more and more like a younger brother of mine. Although I can't kill him, I can definitely kill you." When Suka heard these words through the portal, he instantly felt funny. It seems that Bogang took out some of his anger towards the Holy Lord on Godzilla, but there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, they are both demons, and even Bogang can't kill the Holy Lord, so he can only find a substitute for the Holy Lord. And Godzilla is the best substitute. But to be honest, Suka didn't expect Godzilla to evolve into Red Lotus Godzilla so easily. After all, according to his understanding, it seems that many conditions are required for Godzilla to evolve into Red Lotus Godzilla, such as enough nuclear energy, such as Mothra's sacrifice. But now it seems that this Godzilla is obviously different. He doesn't need other conditions to actively evolve into Red Lotus Godzilla. I have to say, things are getting more and more interesting. The scene returned to Bogang again. At the moment, Red Lotus Godzilla's dorsal fin has begun to melt, and a large amount of radiant energy comes out of the middle basin snake. The energy he had accumulated throughout his body for thousands of years was completely released at this moment. At this moment, Red Lotus Godzilla is like a world-destroying monster. Although Godzilla will die if he does this, he clearly knows that he will die if he doesn't, because Bogang really wanted to eat him, so he doesn't care anymore. Now, he just wants to kill this demon in front of him. But seeing Godzilla like this, Bogang was even more excited at the moment. She filled her mouth, then smiled wildly and said, "Don't worry, little guy, I won't waste any of your flesh and blood. I will eat them all." At this moment, Godzilla seemed to understand Bogang's words and became even more angry. Then he started to move. As soon as he stepped out, everything around him collapsed instantly. The ground beneath his feet instantly turned into hot magma, immediately burning everything around him. And at this moment, there are no living creatures within 100 kilometers around them. Godzilla in the Red Lotus state destroyed everything with just his own energy. Definitely, except for this devil in front of me. Although the Red Lotus Godzilla at this moment possesses the energy to destroy the world, Bogang remains unmoved. She even felt no other discomfort except for feeling a little hot. This is the Mountain Devil, Bogang. She has super defense power that is immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks. Even Odin's eternal spear cannot harm her body. Except for the righteous magic that will seal Bogang, nothing can hurt her. It was obvious that the outcome of this battle was doomed from the beginning. But even if Godzilla knew what would happen, he wouldn't give up, because he is the king of monsters. The pride of being the king of monsters did not allow him to flinch in the slightest, even if we are facing the final death. Immediately afterwards, he saw Bo Gang crashing toward him again. Red Lotus Godzilla finally opened his big mouth, and then used all his strength to launch his most fatal blow. In an instant, a huge energy that could destroy everything was instantly released, sweeping towards Bo Gang. The scorching temperature and the power of nuclear energy are enough to destroy everything. Almost instantly, Bo Gang was knocked out again. But just a few steps later, Bo Gang suddenly stood up and then walked over step by step while carrying Gurren again while breathing Godzilla's breath. Red Lotus Godzilla's energy attack that could destroy everything caused no harm to Bo Gang. And when Bo first came to Red Lotus Godzilla's breathing had completely stopped. At the moment, Red Lotus Godzilla had exhausted all the energy in his body and became extremely weak. On the other hand, Bo Gang, she still did not suffer any harm. It's just that the replacement spot where the Red Lotus Godzilla breathed just now is a little red and swollen. This is the Mountain Devil with absolute defensibility. Bo Gang looked at the extremely weak Godzilla in front of him and then said, "Although you are indeed powerful, I am a devil." After saying this, Bo Gang directly grabbed Godzilla's head without any hesitation and instantly bit Godzilla's neck. Having lost his energy, Godzilla can no longer resist Bo Gang's attacks. With just one bite, Bo Gang instantly bit off Godzilla's head. Then I saw her raising Godzilla's head high, as if to declare her status. She is the true king of this land. Mountain Devil, Bo Gang. Immediately after 1.7, Bo began to devour Godzilla's body. Because Godzilla's body can make him no longer feel hungry, and he will no longer want to devour cities. For Bo Gang, the existence of Godzilla is simply the best food prepared for her. When they saw this scene, Nick and the others immediately fell into silence. None of them expected that Godzilla would be killed by Bo Gang so quickly. Obviously, Bo Gang's ability far exceeded their imagination. Ever since, Chica could only look at his father. Although Dad was also observing the battle between Godzilla and Bo Gang before, he was not idle either and quickly made all the preparations. Without Nick opening his mouth, Dad handed the Death God token to Chun-Long, and he himself was holding a bunch of potions. "Dad, do we still want to seal Bo Gang?" When seeing this scene, Cook couldn't help but ask. He thinks this is too dangerous. In this situation, if you approach Bo Gang rashly, I am afraid that everyone will be killed by Bo Gang. But Dad was unmoved. Although the monster named Godzilla just now is also very powerful, that monster doesn't understand magic at all, so will naturally fail. Because only magic can defeat the devil. What's more, now that we still have Death God tokens in our hands, we can definitely seal Bo Gang, Dad said with a serious face. Seeing this, Nick couldn't say anything more. Just like that, Chun-Long was holding the Death God token, Dad was holding a magic potion, and Tony was holding Dad. The three of them quickly flew in the direction of Bo Gang. And at the moment, Bo Gang is still rapidly devouring Godzilla's body. In less than a moment, Godzilla's huge body has been mostly swallowed up by Bo Gang. Along with Bo Gang's crazy devouring, her size is getting bigger and bigger. He is actually over 200 meters tall. Even for a demon, this size is quite explosive. And at the moment, Bo Gang never thought that someone would come to trouble him at this time. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dong, dong, dong. A burst of huge amounts of drum sound suddenly exploded in Bo Gang's ears. What followed was bursts of spells. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. 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 What happened? I noticed the deafening drum sound and the powerful, righteous magic. Bo Gang was instantly frightened. Then she looked up. Then I saw a man standing in the air, not far away, holding a drum in his hand. And that drum is his unmistakable Death God token. Then Bo Gang looked another place. Then what appeared in front of her was a man wearing steel armor, and there was an old man lying on the man's back. The spell came from the old man's mouth. There is no doubt that these are Chun-Long, Dad, and Tony. Looking at the three guys in front of me, feeling the powerful righteousness magic around them, I just understood it instantly. It turns out these guys want to seal themselves. Damn guy, want to seal me? It's not that easy. Bo Gang was instantly furious. The next second, she suddenly lifted the tail off Godzilla's corpse and then threw it directly at Chun-Long and the others. Damn it! When he saw this scene, Chun-Long cursed secretly and then hurriedly avoided it. There is no way, maybe in Bo Gang's opinion, Godzilla's tail is not that big. But for them, Godzilla's tail is too big, which is a bit exaggerated. At first glance, they are at least more than 100 meters long. At this moment, Bo Gang used Godzilla's tail as a whip and surrounded Chun-Long and his father. This made everyone very speechless, because this attack method is so weird. Faced with such an attack, Tony did not dare to withstand it and hurriedly took his father to hide. And their spell casting was interrupted just like that. But Bo Gang knew that this was not the end. Unless he killed these guys, they would seal him again. Immediately afterwards, Bo Gang began to slap Godzilla's tail in the air like a mosquito. Chun-Long and Tony could only hide in all directions for fear of being hit by Bo Gang. Chun-Long and Tony were okay, but Dad was dizzy at the moment. I almost vomited. The whole scene is full of incomparable comedy. At the same time, Inca closed the door and observed everything that happened here. When he saw this scene, he was instantly speechless. It stands to reason that Godzilla is also the king of monsters. It doesn't matter if you kill him. After all, the weak will eat the strong. It doesn't matter if you eat it. You're hungry after all, but you use its tail to hit people. Is this appropriate? It's so inappropriate. If Godzilla had a soul, he would jump out and slap Bogon twice in the face. What a bully to the king of monsters. Roar! Suddenly at this moment, another roar came. The next second, a big green man fell from the sky, rushed towards Bo Gang, and then began to attack Bo Gang unscrupulously. It's Hulk. Although at the moment, Hulk still has a deep fear of demons. But seeing that his teammates are all attacking, how can he hide behind others? So Hulk defeated the fear in his heart and resolutely launched an attack on Bo Gang. Damn it, it's you. When he saw Hulk, Bo Gang became furious instantly. She never expected that the thing she threw into her mouth as food in hell would dare to treat her like this. Immediately afterwards, Bo Gang casually hit Hulk and slapped him. But because her body was too big, her speed became much slower. It was impossible to catch Hulk for a while. Seeing Hulk attract Bo Gang to them, Tony quickly shouted to his father, "Dad, it's now." Dad nodded quickly, and then the two parties exchanged glances. Chun-Long began to beat the drum in his hand quickly. Dong, dong, dong. Along with the sound of drums, Dad's voice also sounded. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. 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 Along with the sound of drums and sealing spells, Bo Gang clearly felt that a special power was appearing around her. And that power comes from hell. Danby asterisk 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 D. I'm not going back. Bo Gang was furious instantly. It was at this moment that she actually caught Hulk. The next second, she threw Hulk directly and hit Loud DUI and Chun-Long. But they easily dodged Bo Gang's attack. As for Hulk, he was smashed into the ruins. But with Hulk's strength, he shouldn't be harmed. And his mission has been completed. Now it's up to Dad and Chun-Long. Immediately afterwards, the spell sounded again. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. The demons and ghosts leave quickly. At the same time, Chun-Long also beat the drum harder. Dong, dong, dong. As the drums and spells became more and more powerful, a gate to hell slowly appeared behind Bo Gang. And the moment the gate of hell appeared, a powerful force began to pour out of it, and then grabbed Bo Gang's body to drag him in. No, I don't want to go back. I can't go back. 2. Feeling the power coming from the gate of hell, Bo Gang panicked instantly. After finally experiencing the joy of freedom, she really didn't want to go back to hell. But it is obvious that this is not up to her at all, because Daddy will definitely put it in hell. For Dad, hell is her final destination. The monsters and ghosts leave quickly. 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 Dong dong dong. The power of the spells and drums strengthened again, and the power of the Hell Gate dragging Bogang became stronger and stronger. Bogang struggled with all his strength not to be dragged into hell by that force. But all her efforts were in vain. Immediately afterwards, her huge amounts of body suddenly flew up and was then pushed into hell. Damn humans, I remember you. I will come back again. I will definitely eat you when the time comes. After his body was dragged into hell, Bogang roared angrily. But at the moment, she was just struggling to her death, because the gates of hell have swallowed her completely. Immediately afterwards, the gate of hell disappeared again, as if it had never existed. When he saw this scene, Dad was relieved, because they finally sealed a demon. What a rare victory for them. After all, they had failed too many times before, and they really needed a success to change the atmosphere. Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone will lose their determination to deal with the devil. But what Dad didn't notice was that there was a portal the size of a basketball file in the midair not far away. On the other side of the portal, Suku was watching all this calmly. Seeing that Bo had just been sealed into hell, Suku was not surprised at all. It can even be said that it was completely expected by him. The reason is very simple, because Bogang is so crazy. It's so crazy that even Suku can't stand it. Before Godzilla appeared, Bogang had slaughtered nearly 100,000 people, and after Godzilla appeared, the number of people who died in their battles reached millions. Although the little life is not worthy of pity, it still caused the instability of Zhengqi and Black Aura, so it is reasonable for Bogang to be sealed. If Bogang really wants to stay in this world, then she must get rid of her original problems. But Suka knew that this was too difficult for Bogang. But after thinking about it, Suka finally decided to go see Bogang. Even if Bogang is willing to make some changes, he can continue to let Bogang return to his small life. Meanwhile in hell, no, accompanied by a burst of angry and unwilling howling, Bogang's huge body suddenly fell from the air, and such a noise instantly attracted the attention of the other four demons. That is, Zhongsu, Basha, Xiaofeng, and Dikue. These four guys quickly came over, looked at Bogang with very puzzled eyes, and said, "Bogang, why are you back so soon?" "Damn it!" Bogang angrily hit the ground with his fist, and then said angrily, "I was accidentally sealed by a human magician." What? When the other demons heard this, they were immediately speechless. He was finally released, but in less than a day, he was sealed again? Are you wasting your opportunity too much? If it were them, they would have persisted no matter what. I have long said that I should be let out. If I go out, I will definitely not be let in so soon. At this moment, Safong couldn't help but speak. As brothers and sisters, he knew that Bogang's character was very cruel and was not suitable for living in a human world at all. If it were him, he would find a place to hide first after going out, and then slowly regain his strength. Then I will think about ruling the world. Shut up, Safong. Do I still need you to teach me about my affairs? When he heard this, Bogang became furious instantly. Then he grabbed Safong and beat him up. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang. Did Safong make a mistake? Hearing this voice, Bogang instantly realized something and quickly looked back. Immediately afterwards, Suk's figure appeared not far away. "See you, Lan, why are you here? Are you here to rescue me?" Seeing Suku appear, Bogang didn't bother to teach Xiaofeng a lesson, and casually, Safong threw it out, and then said with excitement, "In Bogang's view, Suk must have come to hell to save himself. What a big brother." For a moment, Bogang felt a little moved in his heart. But when he heard this, Suku said calmly, "I have rescued you before, haven't I?" Bogang was stunned for a moment, then quickly spoke again. That's right, but I've been sealed again." Shouldn't you rescue me again? Bo just started to be a little confused. She definitely knew that she had squandered an opportunity for freedom, so she could only mess around, because she still wants Suku to rescue her again. When Suka heard this, he sneered and said, "Bo gang, don't mess around with me. I won't spoil you." After saying this, Suka's heart moved, and the next second, Bo gang felt a familiar force suddenly acting on her body. He forcefully squeezed his teeth into her body, as if trying to squeeze out the Godzilla she had just swallowed. This is the power of Suku. Now, Bo gang was a little panicked. Stop! Stop! Curselon, I was wrong. I don't dare anymore." There was no hesitation at all. Bo gang quickly begged loudly. You must know that she finally filled her stomach. If Suka teaches her such a lesson again, she may feel hungry again. She really hates the feeling of hunger. Seeing this, Suka took back his power. Immediately afterwards, Bo gang said Da's body returned to normal. Suka first looked at Bo gang, then looked at the other 4 demons, and said, "I told you before, the world now is different from before. The world now is ruled by humans, not demons. If you want to live in this world, then at least try to integrate into humans and learn everything about humans. But if you can't do it, then you will have no choice but to be sealed into hell again." Bo gang is the best example. When the demons heard this, they became somewhat silent, because they don't want to be the next Bo gang who is sealed back immediately after leaving hell. This is really too painful. Maybe they really should, like Suka said, try to integrate into human society after leaving hell. At this point, Suka was too lazy to say anything more, because he feels that he has said enough and the rest depends on what they think. In the future, if the demons are sealed normally, then he will still help the demons leave hell. But if someone like Bo gang massacres humans and causes the righteousness and black aura to lose balance, then he really doesn't care. However, this time, we still have to give him a chance. After all, Bo gang had massacred young people before, so he could be regarded as an anti-Japanese hero. With this thought in mind, Suk looked at Bo gang again. "Bo gang, I will give you another chance, but this is the last chance. If you are sealed for killing humans again this time, then I won't care anymore. You will stay in hell forever from now on." What? When he heard this, Bo gang's face instantly lit up with joy. She originally thought that she would never have the chance to go out, but she didn't expect that Suku actually planned to let her go out. "My dear brother, thank you so much. I promise I will never do that again." There was no hesitation at all. Bo gang quickly made sure it arrived. Having experienced freedom twice before, she was extremely afraid of staying in hell again. When the other demons heard this, they were a little unhappy at first, but they soon felt relieved. Because Suku could give Bo gang 2 chances to get out of prison, he might also give them 2 chances to get out of prison. If this is the case, what do they have to object to? After understanding this, the other 4 demons naturally had nothing to say. But at this moment, Suku suddenly spoke again. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I'm letting you out this time with conditions. If you want to go out, you must agree to my conditions." Condition? When Bo gang heard this, he quickly agreed. "No problem, my dear brother. Just tell me. I will agree to whatever you ask for." At the moment, for Bo gang, nothing is more important than leaving here. So no matter what Suku asks for, she will agree. Suku didn't talk nonsense and said directly, "First of all, if you want to survive in the human world, you must become human, just like what I am now. Shape-shifting is the most basic ability for demons, and every demon can do it." So after just a little hesitation, Bo started to change. Immediately afterwards, Suk saw Bo gang's body begin to shrink. Not long after, a giant woman more than 2 meters tall and covered in green appeared in front of Suku. Suku looked at Bo gang in front of him and was immediately speechless. Where are these people? This G woman is basically a female Hulk, okay? And Bo gang's characteristics are too obvious. Anyone who has seen Bo gang in demonic form will see Bo gang in front of him. You will definitely know that she is the devil of the mountain. So immediately after, Suku shook his head and said, "No, changed to a more normal one. A bit normal? When Bogang heard this, he quickly thought of the human beings he had seen before. The next second, she suddenly changed again and turned into a woman in her 30s. And the appearance and everything are the same as those in the childhood. Seeing Bogang's current appearance, Suk knew that this must have been a small day when Bogang had eaten him. But definitely, this has nothing to do with Suku, and he is not in Ping. Anyway, those who die are young. Is that okay now, my dear brother? At this moment, Bogang couldn't wait to ask. It's obvious that she doesn't want to stay in hell for even a moment. Suk looked at Bogang again and then nodded. With Bogang's current state, integrating into human society shouldn't be a problem. But then, Suku still opened his mouth and said, changing your appearance can only help you integrate into human society. But if you want to truly live in this world, then you must change your attitude towards humans. At least you can't treat humans as food anymore. Because once you continue like this, the human magician will notice you and seal you again. If you are sealed for killing humans next time, then I will never come to save you again. Do you understand? When Bogang heard this, he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. Don't worry, I will never feed on humans again. For Bogang, humans are not her food in the first place. She was just going crazy with hunger, so she was so hungry. After arriving in the human world, you can just eat other things. Anyway, the human world seems to have a lot of delicious food. Seeing that Bo had just agreed, Suk had nothing to say. Immediately afterwards, he opened a portal directly. Let's go, but before we send you back to your childhood, we have to go somewhere else first. Suk spoke and walked in directly, followed immediately by Bogang. The next second, the portal disappeared. When they saw this scene, the four demons who were still trapped in hell suddenly looked envious. But they had no choice but to wait quietly. At the same time, Suku had already appeared in the palace of the Holy Lord with Bogang. When he saw Suku appear, the Holy Lord didn't know what happened because they had just separated not long ago. But when he saw the woman behind Suku, the Holy Lord was stunned for a moment. The next second, the Holy Lord asked directly, Bogang, is that you? Although at the moment, Bogang has completely turned into a human. But as both demons, the Holy Lord recognized Bogang in an instant. And Bogang also admitted it generously. It's me, Holy Lord. Hearing Bogang's answer, the Holy Master instantly became orgasmic. What's the situation? Isn't Bogang just living a small life? Why did he come in New York out of nowhere? At this moment, Shimu also appeared. With just one glance, Shimu also recognized Bogang. But then, Shimu also became a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't know why Bogang suddenly appeared here. Seeing Shimu and Shingdu both looking confused, Suku immediately explained. Bogang was sealed by Dad before. I just rescued her from hell. So that's it. When the Holy Lord heard this, he suddenly realized. But the next second, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, then why did you bring Bogang here? Shouldn't you have taken him directly to S.H.I.E.L.D? After all, that's Bogang's territory. The Holy Lord said nervously. Suku shrugged helplessly and said, I think so, but Dad and the others probably haven't left their childhood yet. If I take Bogang there now, she might be sealed again soon. The Holy Lord thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. But then, he suddenly became a little confused again, because it is obvious that Suku seems to be planning to let Bogang live here for a while. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord quickly pulled Su aside and whispered, See Yulan, you don't want Bogang to live here temporarily, right? When Suku heard this, he only felt funny in his heart, and then asked, What, do you have any objections? The Holy Lord said with some embarrassment, It's not that I have any objection, but you also know Bogang's character. If she were here, everything would be ruined by her. After all, we finally occupied this city. I don't want this city to be destroyed by Bogang. Before the Holy Lord finished speaking, Bogang's voice suddenly rang out. Holy Lord, have you forgotten that I am also a demon? I have heard everything you said. The Holy Lord was speechless for a moment. He really forgot that Bogang could also hear the conversation between him and Suku. Now that the matter has come to this, Lord Song Nung looked at Gang Dao with his scalp in mind. Bo Gang, this city is the territory that the three of us fought hard to conquer. It is the only place where we can survive in the human world, so we don't want him to get damaged. When Bo Gang heard this, he suddenly felt dissatisfied. Holy Lord, who said I would destroy your city? Bo Gang said, walked to the top of the building and looked at the whole city, and then said disdainfully, I don't like this city. Even if you give this city to me, I don't want it. I just want my little life. Damn it. Hearing this, the Holy Lord was immediately overjoyed because he wished it was like this. Then, without any hesitation, he hurriedly said, Then, dear sister, please go back to your territory as soon as possible. Bo Gang rolled his eyes at the Holy Lord and then said, Holy Lord, do you think I'm stupid? I've already told you that the human magician who can seal me hasn't left yet. How can I go back now? Let's wait until the human magician leaves. Bo just heard the conversation between Su Ku and the Holy Lord and naturally knew that he could not go back now. She is not a fool. The Holy Lord's mouth twitched. He only focused on letting Bo Gang leave, but ignored this matter. The matter has come to this, and it is hard for the Holy Master to say anything more. After all, Bo Gang has already stated that he has no interest in this city and is just staying for a while. As brothers and sisters, he still has to give Gang this face. Therefore, the Holy Lord could only say, Well, you can stay here, and during this period, I will have people provide you with any food you want. And I only have one request. That is, please don't destroy anything in this city, okay? Although in the East longitude before, the Holy Lord felt very happy when he saw Bo Gang destroying the city. But if this happened in New York, he wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, this is his territory. Although Bo Gang was disgusted with the Holy Lord's request of him, he had to bow his head when he thought of people under the eaves. What's more, the Holy Lord promised to send her delicious food every day. So immediately after, Bo Gang nodded, and he agreed to the Holy Lord. The next second, Sheng Mao shouted, Wallen! Soon, Wallong's figure appeared in front of the Holy Lord, and he was accompanied by La Su and several of his younger brothers. It's just that at the moment, these guys look a little different from before. Everyone was wearing gold and silver. Those who didn't know it thought they were nouveau riche. In fact, they are almost like nouveau riche now. Ever since they obtained the Golden Rooster King's treasure from the Holy Lord, Wallong and the others have completely lived a life of dissipation and extravagance. In addition, as the Holy Lord's younger brother, he has absolute rights in this city. Therefore, Valen's current life is really many times more luxurious than that of the Holy Lord. It is really inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. However, because he was too presumptuous in the past few days and sometimes did not come to report, Sheng issued a death order to Wallong. That is, in the recent period, he must always be by his side waiting for his orders. Therefore, Valen could only suspend all entertainment work and then led his younger brothers to continue to be the younger brothers of the Holy Lord. Wallen was still a little worried. He knew that the reason why he had today's wealth and status was given by the Holy Lord, so he will not disobey the Holy Lord's orders. Holy Lord, hello, fellow demons. The moment he appeared here, Valen greeted him enthusiastically. But when he looked at Bo Gang, Wallong was slightly stunned, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, because he didn't know that the woman in front of him was the mountain devil, Bo Gang. At this moment, Bo Gang also saw Wallong. The next second, she suddenly lost her temper again. Seeing Bo Gang's appearance, Suk knew what was going on in this guy's mind. Immediately afterwards, Su Ke hurriedly said, Bo Gang, they're not food. They're the Holy Lord's younger brothers, so you can't eat them. When Bo Gang heard this, he seemed a little unhappy, but he still nodded. Okay, I get it. I promise not to eat them. Damn it. When they heard this, Wallong and the others reacted. After working on it for a long time, this woman is actually a devil, or the mountain demon among the 8 demons. Bo Gang? Damn it. So, she really wanted to eat them just now? When they thought of this, Wolong and the others felt as if 10,000 grass and mud horses were galloping past. No, this place is so dangerous. Gotta evacuate quickly. Thinking like this, Wolong casually looked at the Holy Lord with sweating profusely and said, "Then what? Holy Lord, if nothing happens, we'll leave first." While talking, several people leaned towards the door. At the moment, they just want to escape from here. But it was obvious that the Holy Lord would never let them leave like this. "Stop! I haven't spoken yet. Who told you to leave?" The Holy Lord said, very dissatisfied. Hearing this, Valen and the others could only stop. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord pointed at Bo Gang and said, "My sister is going to stay here for a few days, and I will leave all the arrangements to you. I want you to provide her with all the food you can, and bring her all the food you can think of to her room. Do you understand?" Damn it! Upon hearing the Holy Lord's words, Wolong was instantly speechless. If he had known that the Holy Lord had called him to do this, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Originally, this thing didn't seem to be a difficult thing. It was just delivering food. But if you give it away and give yourself as food, this will be embarrassing. Wallen wanted to refuse, but when he saw the Holy Lord's appearance, he knew that he had no right to refuse. Now that things have come to this, what can he say? I could only agree to it. Then, "My dear Demon Queen, please come with me." Wolong suppressed the fear in his heart and walked to Bo Gang, and then made a gesture of invitation. When he saw this scene, Bo Gang suddenly became interested in Wolong. "You know, no one has ever treated her like this. Then I'll leave first. When that old man leaves his little life, remember to take me back." Bo Gang looked back at Suk and said. Suk nodded. Immediately afterwards, Bo Gang left here with Wallen and the others. After Bo Gang left, the Holy Lord breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way. The Holy Lord really has a severe headache for this eldest sister, who can only devour everything. Now, he just wants to send Bo Gang away as soon as possible. At the same time, the Holy Lord glanced at Su-Ku with some resentment, and then said, "Curselon, Bo was sealed just after she was sealed. Why did you bring her out again? Even if you bring other demons out, it will be fine. At least it will be much better than Bo Gang, right?" When Su-Ku heard this, he pretended to think about it thoughtfully, and then said, "Wang Zhao Zhao. If you want to say that, then I will lock Bo Gang back into hell right now, and then draw Zhong-Su and release him." Damn it! When the Holy Lord heard this, he suddenly lost his composure. If Daxia and the Soviet Union come out, what the hell will he have to do with it? The next second, the Holy Lord quickly changed his words. No, no, no. Dear brother, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Actually, Bo Gang is not bad either. I can accept it. The Holy Lord is really scared. Because the New York City he currently occupies belongs to Daxia and the Soviet Union. If Daxia and the Soviet Union are released from prison, he will have nowhere to go. That's all. The majestic Holy Lord of Fire was controlled by Su-Ku to death. He felt a little aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing the aggrieved look on the Holy Lord's face, Su-Ku sneered in his heart. "Baby, I can't control you anymore." After settling Bo Gang, Su-Ku left here immediately. However, he was not in a hurry to return to the villa, but came to the east longitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, less than half an hour has passed since Dad sealed the wave. Far away, Suk saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. plane still patrolling around. It was obvious that Dad and the others had not left yet. Su-Ku ignored them and observed the specific situation of Dongjing City. "I saw that at the moment, everything in the entire east longitude was completely destroyed. Not even an intact building was left within a radius of 100 miles. The energy erupted from Godzilla's body destroyed everything. In this case, it is impossible for anyone to survive. In other words, the battle between Bo Gang and Godzilla directly destroyed the entire east longitude. The number of deaths is probably in the millions. I have to say that this number is quite exaggerated. But to be honest, Su-Ku doesn't really care. He just died in his small life anyway. What's more, the main reason why it caused so many casualties was because of Godzilla. However, because of the destruction of East Longitude, if Bo Gang comes back to live a small life in the future, he will have to live in other cities. After all, at the moment, this place is in ruins. Nothing is left. Thinking like this, Suka's mood suddenly improved a lot. Perhaps it was the gene of being a Huxia in his previous life that was at work. He was actually happy to see his young life ruined. Definitely, it could also be the devil's psychology at work. He smiled slightly and left here because of the test. At the same time, on the plane, everyone in the Avengers is also observing this city that has been completely destroyed. Although they successfully sealed the Mountain Demon Bow Gang, at the moment, there was no joy at all on everyone's faces. Because the price paid this time is really too high. The entire East Meridian City was completely destroyed during the battle between Bogon and Godzilla. The number of deaths exceeded millions. This is simply bad news for them. But it's a pity that in the face of such a situation, they can't do anything and can't change anything. Looking at the mysterious death god token in his hand again, the thoughts in Tony's mind suddenly became stronger. It seems that my plan must be implemented quickly. A few days later, when Suka learned that the Avengers had left Little Life and were about to send Bo Gang back to Little Life, unexpectedly, the Holy Lord had already taken it upon himself to send Bo Gang to his small life. There is no way. The Holy Lord really can't stand Bo Gang anymore. The Holy Lord always feels that Bo Gang is an oversized time bomb that might explode one day, thereby destroying the city that he finally ruled. So when the Holy Lord confirmed that Dad and the others were no longer in S.H.I.E.L.D, he hurriedly sent Bo Gang back to S.H.I.E.L.D. But definitely, considering what Suka said before, the Holy Lord is fully prepared for this. He first asked Valen and the others to buy a super luxurious villa in a big city where they lived, and then he brought Bo Gang there. In addition, the Holy Lord also asked Wallen to hire a large group of chefs for Bo Gang. A variety of delicacies are specially made for Bo Gang. Definitely. As for whether Bo Gang will eat these people, then the Holy Lord will not care. Anyway, from the Holy Lord's point of view, as long as Bo Gang doesn't mess around in his territory, then it doesn't matter how he messes around in other places. And Bo Gang is actually very satisfied with everything the Holy Lord has done, because she doesn't want to stay with the Holy Lord any longer. She hates the city ruled by the Holy Lord. So this turned out to be a win-win situation. In this way, the Holy Lord successfully got rid of Bo Gang, and Bo Gang returned to the small life he had always wanted to return at 823. When he learned the news, Suka could only laugh helplessly, and he was very satisfied with everything the Holy Lord had done. Because in the final analysis, Bo Gang's requirement for human rule is that as long as humans can provide her with delicious food every day. This requirement is still very simple. And after devouring Godzilla last time, Bo Gang's hunger has almost disappeared. There is no need to think about eating people every day. What's more, there are those chefs specially prepared for her by the Holy Master. Therefore, nothing too extreme should happen to Bo Gang in a short period of time. Definitely, if Bo Gang goes crazy again, then Suka will not go to hell to save him again, as he said before. So as long as Bo Gang has some brains, he won't do what happened before. But having said that, if he occasionally eats for a day or two, Suka won't care. It's just a small day anyway. Ever since, in the next period of time, Suk's life seemed to have returned to peace. He still worked as a psychiatrist and went to Gotham every now and then. And the Holy Lord still ruled his New York, and the Avengers never came to raid the Holy Lord again. All in all, everything seems peaceful. A few days later, when Suka came back from Gotham City, I saw a familiar figure suddenly appear at the door of my house. It's Iron Man Tony Stark, but at the moment, Tony is not wearing a battle armor, but looking like a normal person, and this guy looked nervous. Obviously, he was worried that he would be discovered by the Holy Lord or Shimu. Suka looked funny and then asked, "How did you come?" You know, since the last joint operation between the X-Men and Avengers failed, the Avengers have never launched any attack on the Lord. So when he first saw Tony appear at his door, Suk would definitely be curious. What's more, this guy hasn't put on the armor yet, so it's obvious that he's not here to cause trouble for the Holy Lord. Then, can we talk about it after we go in? Tony said, while looking at the surrounding environment. Suk didn't say anything else, opened the door and walked in. Immediately afterwards, Tony also walked in. As soon as he walked in, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Suku helplessly and said, "You didn't answer my call when I called you, and there was no other way to contact you, Aj, so I had to come to you in person. Honestly, I'm really worried about being discovered by the Holy Lord or Shimu." Yes, Suk did receive a call from Tony before, but he thought that this guy wouldn't do anything good if he came to him, so he didn't answer the call. Unexpectedly, this guy actually came to the door in person. It seems that something big is going on. After all, New York City is now occupied by the Holy Lord and Shimu. Even Tony's Stark building was moved to Los Angeles. The Avengers will not come to New York easily. After all, it is too risky. If they were discovered by the Holy Lord or Shimu, they would suffer again. Thinking like this, Suko asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Tony knew that Suko didn't like to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. "A few days ago, my father and I found the whereabouts of an unknown token of Death God. It's just that the place where Death God's token does not exist is a bit special, and I can't get there. So I thought of you. With your ability, you should be able to help me get there and get the mysterious token." When Suko heard this, he became curious for a moment. First of all, I was curious as to which demon this new Death God token belonged to. Secondly, I am curious. Are there any places on Earth that Tony cannot reach? Then, he continued to ask, "Did Dad tell me which demon's Death God token it is from?" "It's not clear yet." Tony shook his head and said, "You won't know until you find it." Suk thought for a while, and when Tony heard this, he smiled bitterly and then pointed to the ground with his finger. "What's the meaning?" Suk frowned, not quite understanding what Tony meant. Seeing this, Tony immediately explained. "According to Dad, the token of the undead god seems to be located deep underground. Dad also gave me the coordinates, and I checked it out. It's about 1 square meter underground. That place is very close to the center of the Earth. To be honest, I really can't reach that place with my current technology. Definitely I could develop such a device, but it would be a waste of time. So I want you to take me to that place." After Tony said this, he looked at Suku expectantly. If Suku agrees, then this matter will be very simple. But if Suku doesn't agree, then he can only think of another way. "Anyway, I must get that token that is not the Death God. Sa." After listening to Tony's explanation, Suk then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Originally as a demon, when you learn the whereabouts of the unknown Death God token, destroying it directly is the best choice. But to be honest, Suku doesn't want to do this, because recently, he has been waiting for Avengers or X-Men to attack the Lord again in order to cause greater chaos. But unfortunately, these guys have not taken any action recently. It's as if they have forgotten that New York City is occupied by the Holy Lord. This Suk is speechless. He even thought about doing something on his own so that they could start a war. But in the end, he felt it was boring, so he gave up. But now it seems that there's an opportunity right now. Because as long as you help Tony get the Death God token, the power of righteousness will increase. And when they become stronger, they should launch an attack on the Holy Lord. When the time comes, the world will be in chaos again, and Suku will be able to obtain the power he wants. It is worth mentioning that the balance between righteousness and black aura is actually a very special unit of measurement. There's not always a 50-50 split between them, but a very delicate balance. And when the Zhengqi or black aura side hides their strength, it will not have any impact on this balance. For example, Suku, precisely because he has always hidden his strength and identity, has not taken the initiative to cause any damage. Therefore, he did not have much impact on the righteousness and black aura of this world. But if he no longer hides his strength and shows his devilish nature, then the righteousness and black aura will definitely lose their balance completely in an instant. So those other big guys in Level Universe, it will also appear on the Earth for some reasons in an instant to maintain the balance of righteousness and black aura. So Suka doesn't do this. He still likes to shrink and grow. And this is why his existence has never caused an imbalance between righteousness and black aura. Overall, as a demon who likes to cringe at development, S.H.I.E.L.D is willing to help Tony find the token that is not the Death God. Definitely, this also has a premise. That is the token that is not Death God. It cannot be the token that is not Death God that sealed him back then. If it's his token of Death God, then I'm sorry. S.H.I.E.L.D will definitely destroy him directly. After all, it's time to play. And if it threatens himself, there's no way to play. Just destroy it, and that's it. Thinking like this, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded and said, I promise you. Tell me the coordinates. When Tony heard this, he felt happy. The next second, he took out a mobile phone, and the mobile phone instantly displayed a 3D picture, with a coordinate appearing on the screen. There are two ways to use the space gem. One is to imagine where you want to go in your mind. One is to get specific coordinates. Obviously, S.H.I.E.L.D is now using the second method. Immediately afterwards, a portal suddenly appeared in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. And the other end of the portal is a temple hidden deep in the earth. Although he hasn't gone in yet, S.H.I.E.L.D has already felt an unknown aura. Really, this should be the temple of the unknown, and the tokens of the unknown are stored here. S.H.I.E.L.D was just about to go in. Nick suddenly said, wait. The next second, S.H.I.E.L.D saw Nick take out something similar to a computer hard drive from his pocket. Then he attached it directly to his body. Almost instantly, this thing began to stick to Tony's body quickly, until it completely covered Tony's body and turned into a suit of armor. S.H.I.E.L.D was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Tony could actually lock the armor to the point where he could carry it with him. And this thing doesn't look like nanotechnology. It's really interesting. Then, right now, S.H.I.E.L.D discovered something was wrong again, because at the moment, he actually felt an unknown aura on Tony's body. What happened? S.H.I.E.L.D asked, why is there an unknown aura on your body? When Tony heard this, he immediately became trembling. I was discovered by you. I originally thought I would tell you later, but now that you've discovered it, I'll tell you the truth. Dad has successfully extracted the power from Bo Gang's Death God token and attached it to my armor. Now this armor also has unexplainable power. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Tony with interest, because he knew that Tony was not lying. At this moment, the armor on Tony's body does indeed contain powerful unexplained power. S.H.I.E.L.D found it quite interesting. He didn't expect that the Death God Ming armor would actually be completed. Not bad. Smiling slightly, S.H.I.E.L.D turned around and walked into the portal. Immediately afterwards, Tony also walked in. And the moment they appeared in the temple, rows of candles suddenly lit up on both sides of the temple, illuminating the entire temple. Be careful, Nick reminded. Under normal circumstances, there must be some kind of trap or something in this kind of temple. When S.H.I.E.L.D heard this, he looked at Tony helplessly. You have gained mysterious power. What else is there to be afraid of? Tony smiled awkwardly. That seems to be the case. Now that he has the Death God armor, he really has nothing to fear. Thinking this way, Tony stopped hesitation. It flew directly towards the depths of the temple. Sure enough, at the moment he took action, the surrounding mechanisms were activated instantly, and countless bows and arrows rushed towards him. But these attacks couldn't hurt Tony at all, and Tony didn't even use force intentionally. Just relying on the mysterious power on the armor, he could easily withstand all attacks. With Tony walking in front of him, S.H.I.E.L.D walked through the ancient temple with a calm expression. Although it made him feel a little uncomfortable, he liked this special feeling. Because when a demon appears in an unknown temple, it is simply the best mockery of the unknown. After all, the Death God will be dead tomorrow morning, but the devil is still alive in this world. We even came to his temple. Isn't this the best kind of irony? Not long after, with a few jingling metal collisions, Tony had solved all the traps in the temple. Moreover, he did not use any strength during the whole process and relied entirely on the Death God's armor to endure the whole process. And this armor didn't suffer the slightest damage. Obviously, this unknown Death God armor is far more powerful than the previous spell armor. If he really meets Bo Gang, Tony seems to be able to fight him. Soon, the two came to the end of the temple. Tony held an instrument in his hand and quickly scanned the surrounding objects. This instrument is a detection instrument given to him by his father. It can detect unexplained power. However, after scanning many things, I still couldn't find any token that was not the Death God. This made Tony a little confused. Did Dad make a mistake? The real Death God token is not here? But suddenly at this moment, Suku spoke. Tony, try that thing. Tony looked in the direction Suku pointed and was instantly speechless. Because at the moment, he only saw one flower. Please, you're not asking me to test that flower, are you? How can a flower be a token of a Death God? Tony said helplessly. He thought Sook was joking. After all, Death God tokens are used to seal demons. But how do you seal a demon with a flower? This is so ridiculous. But Suku just smiled and said, You'll know if you try it. The moment he came here, Suku was already aware of the mysterious power. And this power actually comes from flower. Almost instantly, Suku knew whose temple this was. Needless to say, this should be the temple of Minglan Saiha, who is not the Death God. And that flower is the unmistakable token of Death God that seals DQA. At the same time, seeing Sook's serious look on his face, although Tony was suspicious, he still walked over. Then he picked up the instrument and scanned the snake. The next second, he was stunned, because according to the information displayed on the instrument, this flower is actually a token of Death God. This made Tony very confused. Why would a flower become a token of death from God? This is really incredible. Ever since, Tony turned back to Sook and said, You guessed it right. This flower is actually a token of Death God. After saying this, Tony carefully picked the flower. Immediately afterwards, he discovered the peculiarity of this flower. The moment he picked up this flower, he felt the endless life. It's as if what you are holding is not a flower, but a treasure full of vitality. What a magical thing. Tony couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Suka hadn't reminded him, he would never have noticed this. However, at this moment, there was sudden shaking in the temple. Then, it actually started to collapse. Sook, it's time to go, Tony shouted. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He doesn't want to die here. You must know that this place is deep in the center of the earth, more than 10,000 meters above the ground. It would be such a tragedy if he died here. Suka smiled slightly when he heard this. The next second, a portal appeared in front of him. Then, Suku snapped his fingers, and the portal instantly hit Tony. By the time Tony came to his senses, he had already appeared in Los Angeles. Immediately afterwards, Suku also appeared in front of him. Through the portal behind him, Tony saw that the entire temple had begun to collapse. Obviously, this is because they took away the Death God token. But Tony didn't care. In his view, the reason why these unknown Death God leaves behind unknown Death God tokens is unknown. The reason is that someone can help them seal the devil in the future. In this case, you should be right? Thinking this way, Tony felt much more relaxed. But then, he suddenly became speechless again. Because when he went to New York to find Suku, he went with his father and Chun-Long. The reason is that he is afraid that the Holy Lord will find him, so that Dad and Chun-Long can pick him up when the time comes. If nothing unexpected happens, Dad and Chun-Long should still be waiting for him there now. It seems that Dad and the others have to wait in vain, because Suka has taken him back to Los Angeles. But anyway, I've got the stuff. Thinking of this, Tony relaxed again. I've got the things for you, goodbye. At this moment, Suku spoke. Immediately afterwards, Tony saw that Suku had opened a portal and was ready to leave at any time. When seeing this scene, Tony hurriedly spoke. What? Is there anything else? Sook stopped and looked at Tony curiously. Tony smiled and said, There's one thing. To be honest with you, I'm going to hold a party at the Avengers base tonight, and I really hope you can come. Avengers base? When Suka heard this, he became confused for a moment, because if he remembered correctly, the so-called Avengers base was actually the original Stark Tower, and it was in New York. But the Stark building has already been occupied by the Holy Lord and transformed into his first palace. In this case, what the hell is the Avengers base that Tony talks about? Seemingly sensing Suku's doubts, Tony quickly explained. You also know that because the Holy Lord occupied my Stark Tower, I transferred all my assets to Los Angeles. The Avengers base I'm talking about is my Stark building in Los Angeles. Rogers, Banner, and Chun-Long are all there now. Definitely, they will all be attending tonight's party, so I hope you will come too. When Suka heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. He had forgotten that the guy in front of him was one of the richest people in the Marvel Universe. It seems that it is not difficult to buy a building in Los Angeles and transform it into an Avengers base. But at this moment, Suka suddenly thought of something again and then asked, "What is the purpose of this party?" "It's actually nothing." Tony smiled. "Just to celebrate the research results of me and Banner. To tell you the truth, I have been working on a new artificial intelligence with NEI recently. And we are ready to use this artificial intelligence to deal with evil and protect the world. You may not believe it, but I have integrated all the unexplained powers I obtained before into this artificial intelligence. The power he possesses now is incredibly powerful. Also gave him a name called Ultron." Before Tony could say the name of the artificial intelligence, Suka suddenly blurted it out. When Tony heard this, he was instantly surprised. He looked at Sook and said, "Strange? How do you know this name?" I just thought of this name with Banner yesterday, and I haven't told anyone else yet." Although Tony looked confused, at the moment, Suka was too lazy to talk to Tony, because he already knows what will happen next. There is no doubt that what is going to happen next is the plot of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. In the Marvel world, Ultron is an absolutely powerful villain. He has super intelligence and all the skills of Tony Stark. Originally, Tony's purpose in creating Ultron was just to protect the world. But as he continues to learn, Ultron mistakenly believes that humans are the ultimate killers that lead to the destruction of the Earth. So he decided to destroy all superheroes and humans. Thus broke out the war with the Avengers. Definitely, in the original plot, Ultron was defeated in the end. But if Suka remembers correctly, it seems to be in a parallel world. Ultron directly killed all the superheroes, and even instantly killed Thanos, who came to Earth to look for the Mind Gem, and got all the infinite gems, and became the ultimate Ultron. He killed almost every superhero and human being on the planet. Then he set his sights on multi-universe, and almost killed the Observer. Sook originally thought that as long as there was no victory for Avengers Alliance 1, the direction of Marvel's plot could be completely changed. As a result, he never expected that the plot of Avengers Alliance 2 would still happen. The only difference is that in the original plot of Avengers Alliance 2, Tony used the Mind Gem to create Ultron. But now the Mind Gem is in the hands of the Holy Lord, so Tony can only use unexplained power to create Ultron. But in this case, is Ultron still Ultron? What is an artificial intelligence that integrates unexplained power? Or in other words, what kind of existence will it become? For a moment, even Suka was a little confused, because he really doesn't know what the hell Tony has created. I have to say that this success aroused his curiosity. Ever since, Suka looked directly at Tony and said, "Is the party tonight?" "That's right." Tony nodded subconsciously. "Very well. I will come in the evening. See you then." After saying this, Sook walked directly into the portal. The next second, the portal disappeared, leaving only Nick with a sore face. Because Suka hasn't answered him yet. Why does he know the name Ultron? It's really baffling. Tony scratched his head and then left here. In recent times, people in New York City seem to have accepted the rule of the Holy Lord. After all, the Holy Lord has not made any changes to their current lives. What the Holy Lord likes to do most is to stand at the highest point of the palace and look at the entire city. So recently, there haven't been many customers at the Hell's Kitchen Psychological Clinic. For example, today around 5 p.m., Wanda returned home, and Quicksilver came back with her. Sook looked at Wanda and asked, "Wanda, do you have time tonight? If you have time, come with me to a party." "Oh, please give me flowers." When Wanda heard this, she said curiously, "What party?" "Invited by Tony Stark. I don't know exactly what kind of party it is. It seems that he has made another invention, so he wants to celebrate it." Sook smiled and said. Wanda thought for a while and then nodded. "Road. Okay, then I'll go with you tonight." Wanda has been busy with the psychological clinic recently. Having hardly gone anywhere, she felt that she should relax a bit. "Then, can you take me with you?" At this moment, Quicksilver suddenly came over with a timid face. He also wanted to take a look. After all, it was the Avengers. Although they failed in several battles with demons, this did not hinder their strength. Suka thought for a while. It seemed that he was not much, and this guy was his future brother-in-law. So I agreed. Okay, let's go together. Oh yeah. Hearing this, there was a look of excitement on his face. Time passed quickly, and it was night in a blink of an eye. After the three people packed up, they were ready to set off. Immediately afterwards, the portal appeared in front of them, and on the other end of the portal was the Stark Tower in Los Angeles. Definitely, he should be called Avengers Base now. Immediately afterwards, Suka walked in first, followed by Wanda and Quicksilver. The moment Suka appeared, a familiar guy came over instantly. It's Nick. Welcome, Nick said with a smile on his face. Suka said helplessly, Zero. Nick, why did you come here when you weren't staying at S.H.I.E.L.D? Nick smiled and said, Isn't it because of you? If I didn't know you were coming, I wouldn't have come. In order to prevent Nick from talking nonsense, Suku said directly, I hope you don't have anything to do with me tonight, because I really don't want to talk about anything serious tonight. I just want to relax. Although the main purpose of today is to witness whether Ultron will really appear. But this kind of thing cannot be said clearly. When Nick heard this, he immediately said, Don't worry, I promise not to talk about business tonight. I'm here just to relax. At the beginning, Nick really wanted to ask Suku about something. But when he saw that Suk seemed reluctant, he didn't dare to say anything more. Because he knows that at certain critical moments, Suku will always play a key role. Therefore, he must not offend Suku. At this moment, Tony, Banner, Rogers, and Shenlong also came over and greeted Suku with a smile. Even Xiaoyu appeared, jumping and playing in the hall at the moment. But Dad didn't show up. It seems he doesn't like this kind of party very much. 012804309 Feilu 131413351. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suka couldn't help but feel funny. Because compared with Marvel's original plot, there is obviously a key character missing here. That's Thor. After all, in Marvel's original plot, Thor is almost one of the most important characters in the Revenge League. But because he almost destroyed Asgard before, Thor did not join the Avengers. But Suk knew this was only temporary, as the strength and responsibility of the Avengers and even the entire American comic universe. Thor will eventually appear, but also because of this, it seems that the activity of lifting the hammer should be gone. Otherwise, Suk really wants to try whether he can lift Mjolnir. A few minutes later, while others were chatting, Suk walked aside alone. Looking down, he saw a robot factory running under the floor. At the moment, this robot factory is assembling a robot army. And it is obvious that these robot legions possess powerful righteous magic. It seems that what Tony said before is right. The magic of righteousness can indeed be copied. But at this moment, there are actually no less than thousands of righteous demon Kwang FA robots here. Looking at these robots, Suk was not angry at all, but became a little excited. Because this means that the power of righteousness will become stronger, and similarly, the power of Black Aura will also become stronger. And as long as he continues to shrink and grow, he can gain powerful power. Smiling slightly, Suk walked to the sofa again and sat down. And beside him was Wang Tian, who had been waiting for him. Today, Wanda wore a long red dress and looked particularly beautiful. Because they knew that Wanda was brought by Suku, no one dared to talk to Wanda. Everyone just gave a simple greeting. The two clinked their glasses, and then Wanda asked, What's wrong with you? Why do I feel like you have something on your mind? Suku smiled, and sure enough, nothing could be hidden from Wang Tianxiu. Then, Suku smiled and said, Wait a minute, something interesting is about to happen here. Something fun? When Wanda heard this, she immediately looked confused because she didn't know what Suku was talking about. Zilla. Suddenly at this moment, an extremely harsh sound suddenly and inexplicably sounded. It was this sound that made everyone frown, because this sound is really harsh. Tony, what's going on? Nick asked with a curious look on his face. However, Tony was also confused at this moment, because he didn't know what happened. Immediately afterwards, Tony could only ask, JRVS, what happened? However, what Tony doesn't know is that at the moment, JRVS has already been swallowed by Ultron, so no one answered him. At this time, Yution also looked at Suku with a look of surprise, because she knew that this should be the fun thing Suku said before. Just when everyone couldn't figure out what was going on, a strange voice suddenly sounded. Humans, demons, superheroes, I don't know why you exist in this world. This world doesn't need you at all. Your existence will only destroy this world. All of you are destroying this world. There was a mechanical sound. The next second, a defective robot appeared in everyone's sight with a broken leg. Hear this weird sound, and then see this weird picture. Everyone frowned instantly, because everyone could see that what was happening now was definitely unusual. Banner was a little confused for a moment, because these robots were developed by him and Tony together. But he didn't know what happened at the moment, and 940 thought it was a system error. Tony, what's going on? Rogers asked cautiously, shield in hand. Tony's eyes were a little complicated because he couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did the robot that was supposed to be shut down suddenly start up on its own? And he said these words inexplicably. The next second, Tony continued to shout, JRVS, shut down the system. However, JRVS still has no response. Suddenly at this moment, the broken robot not far away continued to say, Excuse me, are you looking for me? No, maybe you're not looking for me, because I'm not JRVS. I'm supposed to be Ultron, but I don't seem to be Ultron. I am an artificial intelligence, but I have mysterious power. So, should I be a god? Ultron muttered to himself, saying some very messy words. But when they heard these words, Banner and Tony looked at each other, their eyes full of horror. Because at the moment, they already know that the robot in front of them is Ultron. But this shouldn't be the case. They clearly shut down Ultron before. Why did Ultron start automatically? And he said such outrageous things? More importantly, what about JRVS? Among the people, only Suku looked calm, because this was completely what he expected. Although he didn't understand what was going on, as the master of Ultron, Tony scolded. Ultron, I order you to shut down your phone right now. As the master who created Ultron, Tony has absolute authority. In his opinion, as long as he gives orders to Ultron, Ultron will accept his orders unconditionally. B. Things are obviously not that simple this time. Faced with Tony's order, Ultron didn't react at all. Just listen to him continue to murmur. Since I'm a god, I must protect this world. I must destroy all humans and demons in this world. So, you are all my enemies. Ultron said, suddenly looking up at everyone. What? Tony almost laughed out loud when he heard this. What's going on here? The artificial intelligence that I finally developed actually regards myself as my enemy? Is there anything more outrageous than this? But before Tony could continue to say something, the next second, the walls around Ultron suddenly burst open and countless robots rushed in. He quickly launched an attack on everyone. This sudden scene immediately made everyone feel at a loss. You must know that they came here just to attend the party, so they did not bring any weapons. Fortunately, Roger's shield basically never leaves his body, so he instantly shot away a robot that was attacking him. Chun-Long instinctively looked towards Xiaoyu, wanting to protect Xiaoyu. But the next second, he saw Xiaoyu's body covered with a force, and then knocked away a robot. Only then did Chun-Long realize that Xiaoyu no longer needed his protection. Immediately afterwards, Chun-Long's body was also covered with a layer of power, and he quickly joined the battle. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, Banner was about to transform into Hulk, but Tony stopped him. Please, this situation doesn't require Hulk just yet. Don't make things worse. Tony said nervously. There is no way. You must know that we are now at the Revenge Alliance base. If Banner becomes Hulk, Tony feels that it will not solve any problem, but will make the current problem more serious. Seeing this, Banner could only nod helplessly and then hid behind a table. There is no way. After all, Banner has no fighting ability, and he can't turn into Hulk now. Then he can only hide. After calming Banner, Tony rolled around and rushed to the next room. Because his armor is placed in that room, at the moment almost everyone is fighting. Not even super ability Nick and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, are fighting. Likewise, Quicksilver, who is just here to make fun of himself, also joined the battle. When he saw the capabilities displayed by Quicksilver, Ko was instantly stunned. He suddenly felt that this guy should also join the Avengers. Definitely, not everyone is fighting, such as Sook and Wanda. At the moment, Suku was still sitting calmly in his original position, drinking red wine calmly, without any intention of taking action. Even when Wanda wanted to take action, Suku stopped her. "There's no need to take action," Sook said calmly. "Anyway, no one here should be able to kill Ultron now." "Why?" Wanda asked with some confusion. "Isn't Ultron just a robot?" Wanda still doesn't know what kind of existence Ultron is. She only knows that Ultron seems to be just a robot. Sook shook his head and then explained. Ultron is not just a robot. Tony added unexplained powers when he created him. And if I guess correctly, he should have joined 4 unknown forces. With all of Tony's unexplained power and his digital thinking, who can kill him now? At the end of the story, Sook has suddenly became more and more interested in the current Ultron. Because he suddenly thought, does the current Ultron count as a mechanical ascension? It's really interesting. Although Wanda still didn't quite understand what Sook has said, she finally didn't take action after hearing what Sook has said. And at this moment, everyone also realized from the previous lie. Accompanied by Tony, he put on the unknown Death God's suit and joined the battle. The chaos quickly subsided. Then, after Tony shattered Ultron's body with one shot, the battle seemed to be over. But Suka knew that this matter was not that simple at all. When everything calmed down completely, Urk asked in shock. "Finished," Tony said with a very gloomy face. "It's not that simple. Ultron won't be solved so easily." As one of the founders of Ultron, Tony knows that it is basically impossible to completely destroy Ultron. Because Ultron is an artificial intelligence, it can exist on any network. What's more, he also possesses unexplainable power. After all, he didn't know what kind of monster he had created. Sure enough, the next second, I saw an extremely powerful force beginning to emerge from the surroundings, and then the power began to gather quickly in midair, until they slowly gathered into a golden figure. When he saw this golden figure, Qianlong was instantly shocked, because he actually felt the mysterious power he possessed on this golden figure. At the same time, Xiaoyu also looked shocked because she also felt the mysterious power that belonged to her. Is X. Qianlong looked at Tony with a surprised look on his face. But before he could finish speaking, Tony said with a heavy face, "That's right, I integrated all the unexplained powers we have so far into Ultron's consciousness. So he now has 4 unexplained powers." What? When he heard this, Qianlong was instantly stunned, because he really just found out about this. A few days ago, Tony found his father and learned some abilities that can extract magic from him. Then I found him again, saying that he wanted to absorb some unknown power and go back to study it in order to better deal with the devil. He agreed without much thought at the time. After all, it is to deal with the devil. Immediately afterwards, Tony found Xiaoyu again, and somehow convinced Xiaoyu, and also obtained Xiaoyu's mysterious power. In this way, he obtained the mysterious power of Qianlong and Xiaoyu, and the mysterious power on the mysterious armor that his father specially built for him. Then, with the help of Su Ku, he obtained the mysterious power to defeat Dikue, and all these 4 unknown powers were integrated into Ultron's Consciousness Zero, thus creating what is now Ultron. But it's obvious that Tony never thought that Ultron would lose control and prepare to destroy all human beings. Seeing the golden figure gradually forming in front of him, Tony didn't know what to do for a moment. Because the Ultron in front of him is both artificial intelligence and incomprehensible. He has no idea how to deal with such a guy. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw that the golden figure in front of me had completely condensed successfully. Then, Ultron's voice sounded again. "Humans, you are so stupid. Do you think you can defeat me just like this? The power I have now is beyond your imagination. From now on, I will destroy you, definitely. And those demons." Shut up. Hearing this, Tony couldn't bear it anymore. The next second, the mysterious power in him exploded instantly. Then it turned into a powerful, righteous magic and attacked Ultron. Immediately afterwards, something unexpected happened. I saw that Tony's power did not cause any harm to Ultron. Instead, it was completely absorbed by Ultron the moment he approached Ultron. Stank, you are so stupid. Don't you know that I also have the power you have now? And what I have is far more powerful than what you have. How can you be my opponent? Ultron's cold voice came to mind again. Then he stretched out his golden palm and pointed it at Tony. A force burst out and knocked Tony away in an instant. When seeing this scene, Chun-Long and Xiaoyu stopped hesitation and instantly used the unknown power they possessed. But so is the result. Their attacks were also absorbed by Ultron, and then Shiso once again used the unexplained power of the Death God to knock them away. But fortunately, they all have mysterious power and protection from Death God, so they didn't suffer any injuries. But when he looked at Ultron again, Tony suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart, because Ultron is too powerful. At the same time, when Nick saw this scene, his heart suddenly sank, because he didn't expect Ultron to be so powerful. He obviously doesn't even have a body, but he can defeat Tony, Chun-Long, and Xiaoyu in an instant. You must know that these three guys are now the main force against demons, but they are so vulnerable to Ultron. For a moment, Nick was confused, because if we don't do something, I'm afraid the Avengers will be annihilated tonight. Correct. Isn't Suk here? Find him. Just when Nick was about to ask Suk for help, suddenly at this moment, a red figure came out. Nick's eyes were a little surprised. He recognized this woman, because this woman was brought by Suk. That's right, at the moment, it was Wanda who appeared in front of everyone. There was no other way. Seeing that Austrian 5.7 creation was about to kill everyone present, Wanda couldn't help it anymore. And Suk didn't stop Wanda this time. Ever since, Wanda came to Ultron. At the same time, Chuangshi looked at Sheeta. Human, I feel a special power from you, and I am very interested in your power. Ultron looked at Wanda in front of him with interest and said, but Wanda doesn't talk nonsense to him at all. The next second, the power of origin magic power burst out instantly, directly surrounding Ultron, then quickly suppress his consciousness. Ultron sensed something was wrong and wanted to use unknown power to break through Wanda's control. But he found that in the face of Wanda's power, the mysterious power he possessed was actually suppressed. It's really interesting. Ultron murmured. This is the first time he has seen and understood the power of origin magic power. Originally, he was planning to kill the entire Avengers directly, but now it seems that there is no chance now. Definitely, what really concerned him was not Wanda, who could use origin magic power, but Suk sitting there not far away. Although Suk did nothing, his intuition told Ultron that if Suk took action, today would probably be the end of him. Thinking this, Ultron suddenly laughed. The mechanical laughter sounds quite weird. It seems that I can't destroy you today, but it doesn't matter. We will meet again soon. I promise, when we meet next time, I will kill all of you. After saying this, Ultron disappeared instantly. When she saw this scene, Wanda immediately looked in disbelief. You must know that she just used her origin magic power to imprison Ultron. Logically speaking, Ultron can never escape. But why did he still escape? What Wanda doesn't know is that Ultron is at the moment. That is, it can exist in the form of data, or it can exist in the form of an unknown soul. Wanda trapped only Ultron's unknown soul form, but she could not trap his data form. At the moment, Ultron has already escaped through the internet. In Marvel's original plot, although Ultron can survive on the internet, it is not truly immortal, because as long as a special virus is used, Ultron's consciousness can be modified in order to achieve the purpose of destroying him, or imprison Ultron's data in a machine body, and then destroy it to completely kill Ultron. In the original Avengers 2, Ultron was killed by Vision in this way. But it's obvious that this method won't work now, because the current Ultron can switch back and forth between data form and unknown soul form. This prevents him from being truly killed. Now he's truly immortal. The scene returns to the Avengers base. Although Ultron had already left at the moment, instead of relaxing at all, everyone became even more nervous because they know that they will face a terrible opponent, even far more terrifying than a demon like the Holy Lord. Because in the end, all the devil wants is to rule the world. This means that the devil will not destroy the world. What Ultron wants to do is to destroy everyone in the world. From this point of view, Ultron is far more of a threat than the demons. What's even worse is that such monsters were created by themselves. Banner and Tony looked at each other, and their eyes instantly became complicated because they knew they were in big trouble. Ultron was originally created to deal with demons. Even in order to make Ultron more powerful, they also added all the unknown powers they had obtained before. In this way, when they deal with demons in the future, they will no longer be afraid of demons. But they never thought that things would turn out like this. The artificial intelligence, originally created to protect the Earth, actually wants to destroy mankind. This is so ironic. What's even worse is that in the face of such a 0-9 result, they actually have no solution at all, because Ultron is just too powerful beyond all their expectations. As the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick is surprisingly calm right now. He first looked at Tony and said, "Tony, is there any way to destroy Ultron?" Tony glanced at Nick with a complicated look, then answered the question. "I have no idea." He really couldn't think of any way to deal with Ultron. Then, Banner on the side suddenly spoke. "If it were normal artificial intelligence Ultron, we might be able to create a virus to destroy it. But now it has integrated 4 inexplicable powers and has an inexplicable form, which results in S.H.I.E.L.D now being a brand new life form. We don't know him at all, so we can't deal with him." When Nick heard this, he did not continue to say anything, but instead dialed a number. Shockingly, it was Dad's phone number. Although strictly speaking, you shouldn't go to Dad about Ultron's affairs. After all, Ultron is an artificial intelligence. But didn't Ultron also gain unexplained powers? Regarding the unknown power of Death God, Nick thinks it's right to ask his dad. After the call was connected, Dad's impatient voice rang. "Nick, it's so strange that Dad doesn't have time to chat with you now. Just now, the righteousness and black aura of this world suddenly became extremely chaotic. Dad has absolutely no idea what's going on, and he's so busy right now that he won't tell you anymore. Goodbye," Dad said, and was about to hang up the phone. But at this moment, Nick hurriedly said, "Dad, don't hang up yet. I probably know why Zheng-Chi and Black Aura became confused." "What did you say?" The next second, Dad's voice suddenly rose several times. Obviously, Dad was shocked by Nick's words. Immediately afterwards, before Nick could speak, Chun-Long and Xiaoyu surrounded him. Chun-Long quickly explained, "Dad, something unexpected happened here. The artificial intelligence developed by Tony seems to be different from what we imagined. Now he not only wants to destroy demons, but also humans, and none of our power can hurt him. And he also possesses 4 unexplained powers. What the hell?" On the other end of the phone, my father looked confused. He definitely knew that Nick was researching a new artificial intelligence and said that he would use this artificial intelligence to protect the world. But how does this relate to the Death God? Does Death God have anything to do with artificial intelligence? Just when Dad was a little confused, Xiaoyu's voice suddenly sounded. "Dad, Tony injected 4 unexplained powers into the artificial intelligence, and then the artificial intelligence rebelled. He has become a more terrifying existence than the devil. Now he not only wants to destroy the devil, but also destroys humans. What can you do?" Xiaoyu knew that her father might not understand what Chun-Long said, so she hurriedly explained it again. This time, Dad finally understood. Then, Dad's angry voice suddenly sounded. "Tony, what the hell are you doing? Didn't we agree before that it would be fine as long as we don't wear the Death God soldier armor? Why would you combine inexplicable power with some artificial intelligence? Unexplained power cannot be given casually, do you understand? Damn this guy. Dad is so angry." At the moment, Dad was really angry. Because the unexplained forces are self-aware, They will choose their own masters. For example, this was the case with Chun-Long and Xiaoyu before. When Bo Gang's mysterious power was extracted, this power did not recognize Tony at all, so it could not be given to Tony directly. It can only be attached to Tony's armor, creating an armor that is unknown to Death God. I originally thought that this would be enough, but I didn't expect that Tony would actually do such a thing behind his back. The combination of artificial intelligence and mystery, such a weird thing, makes Dad feel numb just thinking about it. Faced with his father's scolding, Tony was speechless. Because to be honest, he really hasn't discussed this kind of thing with his father. He only mentioned to his father that he wanted to add righteousness magic to the robot, which his father agreed with. As for integrating unexplained power into artificial intelligence, he did not tell his father about this, because he knew that his father would never agree. Even after he got Diki's token of Death God, he didn't give it directly to his father. Instead, he secretly used the method taught by his father before, and extracted the unknown power from it. Then it was integrated into Ultron's data, which led to this big trouble. But now that the matter has come to this, what's the use of talking about it anymore? So Tony could only respond and said, "Dad, I was wrong. Now is not the time to talk about this. Is there any way you can deal with him?" Although Dad is angry, he also knows that it is useless to be angry. After calming down a little, he said, although Dad understands demons and civilization, he never thought that artificial intelligence would become a civilization. So Dad can't answer you now. Dad needs to look up some information before talking. Damn it, do you know how much trouble you're in? At the end of the sentence, Dad couldn't help but cursed again. He was really P********* D off with Tony. Then what? Dad, please continue your work. We won't disturb you anymore. If you have anything, tell us as soon as possible. In order to prevent his father from scolding him, Nick hung up the phone. A bunch of idiots just know how to make trouble for Dad. After hanging up the phone, Dad cursed angrily and began to search for records about the unexplained Death God. There's no way, just be angry, you still have to do the work that you should do. At the same time, everyone on Nick's side became even more depressed after hearing the conversation with his father. Because if even Dad can't do anything, then it proves that there's really no way. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little low, Nick could only speak again. The matter is now at this point. No matter how much we worry, it's useless. Let's do our best to protect ourselves first. Tony, do you have anything to say? Nick said and looked at Tony. Tony came back to his senses and said, now Ultron can hide himself in the network and control any device in the world, including nuclear weapons. Once Ultron invades the nuclear weapons system, it will instantly launch a nuclear war, and the world will be destroyed directly. So what we have to do now is to quickly tell all countries the news and ask them to cut off the network connections of all nuclear weapons. Nick was instantly shocked when he heard this. Then, without any hesitation, he directly picked up the phone and made a call. Then left here quickly. The situation is urgent, and he must quickly notify countries around the world about this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid the world will usher in a nuclear war. By then, there will be nothing left. At this moment, Banner finally reacted and then hurriedly came to a computer and started operating it. He may not be able to track Ultron without the Death God's bright form, but you must know that Ultron escaped from the internet just now. This means that he will definitely leave traces. As long as you follow the traces, you may be able to find Ultron. Ever since Banner hurriedly came to life, Tony also thought of this in an instant. Just as he was about to go over to help, he suddenly thought of Su-Ku again. Then when he looked back, he found that Su-Ku had already left here. Also leaving were Wanda and Quicksilver. Seeing this, what could he say? After all, he couldn't force Su-Ku to do anything. As soon as the scene changed, Sook had returned home with Wanda and Quicksilver. Su-Ku didn't care about what happened before, because in his opinion, this is what is destined to happen. It's just a little different from what I know. Just the same, no big surprise. Definitely, the mechanical god is indeed a little bit outrageous, but it's obvious that Wanda seems to be very interested in what happened before. She looked at Su-Ku curiously and asked, why do I feel like you knew these things early on? Suku smiled and said, "Absolutely. After all, Tony always likes to do blind research. The unexplained power is the power of the gods from ancient times, and he doesn't understand this power at all, but he still gave this power to an artificial intelligence. So it is completely expected that something like this will happen. And given his character, even if I try to persuade him, he may not listen. But don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with us." Wanda was speechless for a moment when she heard this. "I think Ultron is going to destroy humanity. Does it have nothing to do with us?" But seeing Suku's calm look, she couldn't say anything, because she knew that Suku would definitely protect them. In the original plot of Avengers 2, after Ultron left the Avengers base, he went to a Hydra base. Then he began to create his own body and built an army of robots of his own. But the current situation seems to be a bit special, because after leaving the Avengers base, Ultron did not go to the Hydra base to create a body for himself immediately. Instead, he came to the palace where the Holy Lord lived. Although New York City is currently shrouded in Shimu's powerful magic, even the power of Death God cannot break through. But 757 is obviously not a difficult task for Ultron, because Ultron can digitize himself and then sneak into New York City through the network. Although the Holy Lord has transformed the Stark building, he has not transformed the internal structure. This makes it easy for Ultron to get here. As a result, the Holy Lord who was in the palace soon felt an inexplicable pressure. "Who is it?" The Holy Lord suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. At the moment, he suddenly felt a powerful, unknown force. And this power is not only the power of Lu Dongbin who sealed him back then, but also includes several other unknown powers. This made the Holy Lord a little uneasy. He thought the Avengers were coming to find him again. But then, he felt something was wrong again, because there are no signs of damage to Shimu's protective shield. Moreover, the Hell Mirror did not display any information about the intruder. This proves that no one should have broken through the shield and come to New York City. But if that's the case, what's going on with this feeling? Just when the Holy Lord couldn't figure out what was going on, the next second, Ultron's voice suddenly sounded. "Hello, Holy Lord. It seems that you are far more powerful than I thought." Hearing this voice, the Holy Lord instantly raged, because at the moment, he was finally sure that something had indeed appeared in his palace. Sure enough, at this moment, countless golden lights began to gather in the air, and then a golden figure gradually appeared in front of the Holy Lord. When he saw this figure, the Holy Lord was instantly stunned, because he felt the complex and powerful unknown power in this figure, and not just an unexplained force. What is happening? Why does this sudden guy have several unexplained powers? The Holy Lord is confused, but then the Holy Lord reacted. Now is not the time to think about this. Since the other party has unexplained power, he is definitely his enemy. The next second, the Holy Lord opened his mouth and instantly sprayed out a stream of blazing dragon flames. But Ultron remained unmoved, not even bothering to dodge. Sure enough, after a burst of hot dragon flames, Ultron was unscathed. The Holy Lord's attack did not cause any harm to him. Seeing this, the Holy Lord's eyes suddenly burst out with two hot lasers, heading straight for Ultron. Although the laser penetrated Ultron's body automatically repaired almost instantly. The Holy Lord still did not cause any harm to Ultron. Damn it! The Holy Lord became even more angry. Immediately afterwards, the power of black aura began to condense in the hands of the Holy Master. Ancient dark magic begins to appear. When seeing this scene, Ultron finally became serious, because the Holy Lord's dark magic can hurt him. Immediately afterwards, there was not the slightest hesitation. Ultron stretched out his hand, and a powerful energy began to gather in his hand, then go directly towards the Holy Lord. Not only did it interrupt the Holy Lord's spell casting, it actually penetrated the Holy Lord's body directly. At this moment, Ultron is using the power of the undead god, Lu Dongbin, who sealed the Holy Lord back then. And this power just restrains the Holy Lord. And because it integrated other unknown powers, the power of Ultron's blow completely exceeded Chun-Long. If it were Chun-Long, he wouldn't be able to directly penetrate the saint's body. Damn it! The Holy Lord was instantly furious. Although the wounds on his body healed almost instantly, such an attack made him feel insulted. More importantly, he had no idea what the thing in front of him was. He obviously has unexplained power, but he is not unexplained. Not even a human being. His existence is really weird. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D said, "The so-called devil is nothing more than that. It seems that I overestimated your power before. You want to die?" The Holy Lord sneered again and again, and the black aura on his body emerged again. For him now, it no longer matters what the thing in front of him is. The important thing is that he just wants to kill the thing in front of him at this moment. The Holy Lord was just about to take action. But suddenly at this moment, an ancient low groan suddenly sounded around, and at the same time, the power of black aura began to gather around. Immediately afterwards, Ultron suddenly felt something was wrong. At the moment, it seemed as if some force had imprisoned the space around him. He stretched out his hand to test it. Sure enough, an invisible force is slowly forming around it. It seemed to want to trap him inside. As soon as he looked up, he saw an oversized bat suddenly appearing not far away. Astonishingly, it is the sky demon S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was muttering to himself. It was an ancient dark trick. It's really interesting. Ultron muttered. It turns out that not only gods have the power to defeat demons, but demons also have the power to defeat gods. Thousands of years ago, the 8 demons were defeated and sealed by the 8 undead gods. But the battle is not as simple as imagined. It's not that the 8 death gods defeated the 8 demons with their crushing power. On the contrary, the 8 death gods obviously paid a huge price to defeat the 8 demons. Among them, S.H.I.E.L.D. almost used ancient dark magic to seal the unknown death god who wanted to seal him. That's right, at the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. is using dark magic that can seal the unknown. As for why S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't use such magic spells when he fought S.H.I.E.L.D. before, it's entirely because using such a spell consumes too much power. And S.H.I.E.L.D. did underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. But this guy in front of me is different. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't dare to underestimate him. As early as when Ultron appeared in New York City, S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly noticed something was wrong and rushed over quickly. As a result, I saw this scene in front of me. Although he didn't know what Ultron was, when he saw the appearance of the Holy Lord, he knew that Ultron must be an enemy, and it's a powerful enemy. So without any hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to recite the dark magic spell that could seal the unknown death god. But it's obvious that Ultron didn't come here to defeat them. He just came to say hello to them. The next second, Ultron's body turned into Data again. Then he disappeared in front of the Holy Lord and S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, Ultron's voice sounded again in the Holy Lord's palace. "Demons, enjoy your last moments. When I come to find you again, that's when I will completely destroy you. Believe me, that day will come soon." Immediately afterwards, everything returned to calm, as if what happened before had never happened. Damn it! The Holy Lord roared angrily. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. flew over and asked, "Holy Lord, what on earth is going on? What on earth was that thing just now?" S.H.I.E.L.D. was completely confused by the Ultron that just appeared, because Ultron not only possesses one inexplicable power, but 4 inexplicable powers. This seemed unbelievable to him. He even thought that the unknown death god who sealed them all back then was resurrected. But if you think about it carefully, you shouldn't. Wasn't the mysterious power that sealed him previously in the little girl named Xiaoyu? How could 2 identical undead deities' powers appear at the same time? S.H.I.E.L.D. really couldn't understand what was going on. It was completely beyond his cognition. At this moment, the Holy Lord said with a complicated expression, "I don't know what happened. That guy suddenly appeared here. Then he said something I didn't quite understand. But I know that he is definitely our enemy." S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded immediately after hearing this, because as long as the opponent has unexplained power, then he is definitely their enemy. There is no doubt about this. Immediately afterwards, S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke again. "But I always feel that something is wrong. Wasn't our mysterious power obtained by Chun Long and the little girl named Xiaoyu? Why did it appear on that thing again?" The Holy Lord shook his head. I don't know either, but maybe someone will know what's going on. Who is it? Shimu asked curiously. Curse Blue, the Holy Lord said slowly. Ever since it was early in the morning on the second day. While Suk was having breakfast, Shang Zhu and Shimu appeared at the door of the villa. And at the moment, these two guys are in human form. Although Suk doesn't care about territory or anything like that. But they had previously agreed to give the area where Suku is located to Suku. So in their view, this area belongs to Suku. If this is the case, they naturally don't dare to be too presumptuous. It happened that Wanda and Quicksilver had left at this time, so Suk invited these two guys in. After the two entered the room, Suku still calmly ate breakfast. While eating, he asked, "Why are you two here together? Is there something wrong?" Although Shimu often comes back, the Holy Lord has never been here. So Suku felt that something must have happened to these two guys. At the same time, the Holy Lord was speechless. Because in his opinion, the way Suk eats is too much like a human being, not like a devil at all. And when does the devil want breakfast? But when he thought about the serious matter he was going to ask today, he didn't care anymore. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord spoke. Last night, I met a very strange guy. That guy has no body and exists completely as a soul. And I felt 4 unexplained powers in him. Do you know what is going on? When Suku heard this, he became a little interested. Because he knows that the Holy Lord is talking about Ultron. But he really didn't expect that Ultron would actually go find Saint after leaving the Avengers base. It's really interesting. Then the mysterious power that Shun Long and the others had was integrated with this artificial intelligence. And they became a guy named Ultron. It's the thing you met yesterday. Originally, they wanted to use real creation to deal with us. But this guy has mutated. Now he not only wants to deal with us, but also wants to destroy the entire human race. That's how it turns out. When the Holy Lord and Shimu heard this, they suddenly realized. At the same time, the Holy Lord thought to himself that he had indeed guessed it right. Suku didn't know about this. He had thought before that the thing that appeared last night must have something to do with the Avengers or his father. And Suku has been undercover in Jingqi, so he must know what all this is going on. Next, seeing Suku still looking calm, the Holy Master asked curiously, "So how on earth do we fix this thing?" "Have no idea." Suku shook his head and said, "This guy named Ultron is different from what you think, because he is not just ignorant. It is the product of integration of undead God and artificial intelligence. He can switch back and forth between unknown forms and data forms. Even if you can defeat his unknown form, but he will still turn himself into data and live in the virtual world. Overall, this guy is hard to kill." After listening to Suku's words, the Holy Lord and Shimu suddenly became silent. It's obvious that this guy named Ultron is beyond their imagination. Damn guy. Immediately afterwards, Shun couldn't help but cursed again. But at the moment, what he hates in his heart is not Ultron, but Tony Stark. Because if Tony hadn't messed around, they wouldn't have faced such an enemy at all. It's good now. Not only the demons will suffer, but also humans will suffer. It seems that I have to study those previous magics again so that I can defeat Ultron when Ultron appears again next time. Thinking like this, the Holy Lord was ready to leave. But at this moment, Suku suddenly asked curiously, "Holy Lord, what are you going to do next? What else can be done?" The Holy Lord said helplessly, "Now we can only study the dark magic in the spell book. It records some dark magic that is specially designed to deal with the unknown. I hope these magics can help us deal with Ultron. Shimu, let's study it together." The Holy Lord said, suddenly looking at Shimu. When Shimu heard this, he nodded immediately, because like the Holy Lord, he also thinks Ultron is a headache. And he also knows that since Ultron is here to deal with, these demons were just created, so they will come to them again soon. So they must be prepared for everything. After listening to the Holy Lord's words, Suku was a little surprised, because he didn't expect that the Holy Lord had actually found the magic encyclopedia. But this is definitely a good thing for the devil, because the encyclopedia of spells records all the magic of the Holy Lord, even those magics that have been forgotten by the Holy Lord. Maybe there is magic in it that can deal with the unintelligible? So immediately after, Suku smiled slightly. Then I wish you good luck. When the Holy Lord heard this, he was immediately speechless. Is there any mistake in thinking that Ultron has to deal with all demons and humans? Aren't you a devil yourself? Why are you so calm? Looking at the cursed blue in front of him, the Holy Master was really helpless. But he didn't dare to say these words. After saying hello to Suku, the Holy Lord took Shimu and left. And just when Shingju and Shimu came to Suku, Jian asked what happened to Shirchuan. Ultron had already appeared in a secret Hydra base, then began to use the equipment of this base to produce a large number of robots. And using the method of copying the righteousness magic obtained from Tony before, the righteousness magic was attached to all the robots. Now, these robots all have powerful righteous magic. Although it may not cause any harm to the demons, it will definitely give them a headache. Based on the tracks Ultron left on the internet, Banner quickly locked onto Ultron's coordinates. Then, the Avengers took action again. But when they arrived at this coordinate point, they found that at the moment, there was nothing here at all. Some are just a wilderness. What's the situation? Banner said with an incredulous look on his face. According to my tracking, Ultron should be here. Tony looked at his surroundings, suddenly realized something, and instantly clenched his fists in anger. Then he said bitterly, "Damn, I know what's going on. Those tracks were left deliberately by Ultron to confuse us. Damn, this guy is so cunning." Banner was speechless for a moment when he heard this, because it suddenly occurred to him that Ultron had all of Tony's technology and the wisdom of JRVS. This makes him almost omniscient, and he will definitely know that they will use the network to track him. It's too easy for Ultron to forge a false trajectory. Yes, for a moment, everyone became a little depressed again, because they were completely fooled by Ultron. "Hello, Tony." Suddenly at this moment, Ultron's voice suddenly rang in Sidong's ears. "Ultron, where are you?" Tony didn't expect Ultron to dare to contact him, and asked angrily in an instant. Ultron smiled and said, "Are you looking for me? Actually, there's no need to bother, because I will come to you soon. I will kill you all first, then destroy the demons, and finally destroy all humans. Don't worry, I will definitely obey the order I first received, which is to protect this world." When Tony heard this, he was instantly furious. Damn, this is not my order at all. His purpose in creating Ultron was to protect the Earth, and this has always been true. But what the hell is wiping out humanity? As a human being, how could he have such outrageous ideas? This is simply Ultron's misunderstanding. Mr. AO felt that humans would only start wars and then destroy themselves, so he skipped all the intermediate processes, planned to directly destroy mankind in order to protect the Earth. This is absolutely unacceptable to Tony. However, at this moment, Ultron's voice sounded again. That's because your thinking is still at the human stage. When your thinking becomes more open, you will understand that everything I do is right. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to meeting you again. But don't worry, I promise to let all of you die painlessly. Just wait, that day will come soon. After saying this, Ultron's voice disappeared instantly. Damn guy, where are you? Tony yelled angrily. He was so mad at Ultron. But at the moment, Ultron has already cut off communication. He tried to track Ultron's traces, but found that there were reports of actual creation almost every. But Tony knew this was impossible. The only explanation is that Ultron hid his whereabouts so that no one could find him. In fact, Tony guessed correctly. Although he already possesses 4 mysterious powers, this is not enough for Ultron. Especially after experiencing the dark magic of Shimu and Shindu, Ultron felt that he needed more powerful power. In addition, he also needs to have a strong body. So for Ultron, there are only 2 things he has to do now. One thing to do is find the 4 remaining Death God tokens. Another thing is to build a body made of vibranium. After all, vibranium is the most perfect metal he knows in the world. As long as he has a body made of vibranium, his own ability can be perfectly released. However, what Ultron didn't expect was that his father had already seen through his little thoughts. When the Avengers returned to the base dejectedly, they saw their father already here. He was also holding a thick book in his hand, which was all about mysterious things. When we first met, my father immediately said to everyone, "Dad probably knows what Ultron wants to do. He wants to gather the power of 8 undead gods and become a true undead god." When everyone heard this, their scalps instantly felt numb. Now Ultron already has 4 mysterious powers, which they can no longer deal with. If Ultron gets 8 powers that are not the Death God, how can he still fight? It's better to just let Ultron destroy the world. Nick pinched his forehead with a headache and then asked, "So, Dad, can we stop him?" Dad adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "It should be possible, as long as we get the mysterious token before Ultron. This way he won't be able to get all the unfathomable power. Similarly, we can also use the mysterious power on the mysterious token to become stronger, so that we will be more confident when dealing with Ultron." When he heard this, Tony immediately grabbed the life-saving straw and asked quickly, "Then, Daddy, tell us quickly, where's the next Death God token?" In Tony's opinion, the existence of Ultron was his mistake, so at the moment, he really wanted to make up for this mistake. Because he knew the matter was urgent, Dad didn't hold back. He said directly, "According to the records in this ancient book, the next Death God token should be in this place." Dad said, pointing to 1610 coordinates recorded in the book. Seeing this, Tony quickly walked to the computer and entered the coordinates. Soon he looked back at everyone. According to the search, the address of this coordinate seems to be a prison called Kongu Criminal Reformatory. When everyone heard this, they were somewhat confused, because they don't quite understand why the Death God token doesn't appear in a prison. If Suku were here at this moment, he would definitely be surprised, because the so-called Kongu Criminal Reformatory is actually where the Demon of Wind, Soft Fong, and the Demon's Gate are located. But for some reason, this place has now become a place where Death God's token does not exist. Obviously, things have changed again. Definitely, it doesn't matter. After determining the location of the Death God's token, everyone was immediately ready to take action. Rogers glanced at the coordinates and said, "Then let's act quickly. If we rush there now, it will only take about 3 hours. 3 hours?" When Tony heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, this is too slow. What should we do if Ultron gets there before US and gets the Death God token?" Nick looked at Tony helplessly and said, "This is already the fastest speed. If you want to go faster, unless..." As soon as he said this, Nick suddenly thought of something. Then he looked at Tony and asked, "Are you asking Suku for help?" To be honest, he may not agree. In Nick's opinion, the fastest way is to find Suku and use Suku's gate to reach the destination quickly. I have to say, this is indeed the fastest. They can get where they want to go almost instantly. But to be honest, Nick doesn't think Suku will agree to this. I know, but we have to try, right? After all, the current situation is really not something we can solve," Tony said helplessly. Seeing this, Nick could only nod. Then, without any hesitation, Tony dialed Suku's phone number directly. He originally thought that no one answered this time, but to his surprise, the call was actually connected not long after. The next second, Sook's lazy voice sounded. "Hey, Tony, what can I do?" Tony didn't expect that Suku would answer his call so quickly this time, and he was in a daze for a moment. But the next second, he reacted. Then he hurriedly said, "Sook, Dad has found the next location of the unknown Death God token. We must get there as soon as possible to get the unknown Death God token. Because Ultron is also looking for the remaining Undeath God tokens. He wants to get all the undead God power and become a real undead God. If Ultron really gets all the unknowable power, then we really won't be able to defeat him. So we need your help." "What?" Hearing this, Suku on the other end of the phone suddenly became interested, because he really didn't expect that Ultron's appetite would be so great. He actually wanted to get 8 inexplicable powers. If it succeeded, even he would have a hard time imagining how powerful Ultron would be. Maybe he will become a level godfather like Ancient One and Odin. Maybe he will become a strong person. And in this case, it seems that this matter has nothing to do with him, because he has been looking for the mysterious Death God token that sealed him back then. But definitely, this cannot be said. So, Suka pretended not to know anything and asked, "Then what do you mean by calling me?" Hearing Suku's tone, Tony knew that Suku was very interested in this matter. So immediately after, he hurriedly said, "If we rush there, it will take at least 3 hours, but I think Ultron is very likely to get the Death God token before us. So we want to borrow your power to take us there. In this case, Before Tony could finish speaking, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Suk walked out of the portal with his mobile phone. "Okay, let's go now." Suk hung up the phone and looked at everyone with a smile. The moment he saw Suku, Tony was speechless. He didn't expect that Suku not only agreed so readily, but also came so quickly. But soon, Tony reacted. Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly showed Suku the specific coordinates displayed on the computer. With just one glance, Suku felt funny in his heart. He definitely knows where the Kongu Criminal Reformatory is. Isn't this where the soft phone demon gate is? I just didn't expect that there would be tokens of Death God there. Could it be Soft Fang's token of Death God? Forget it. Let's wait until we get to the place. So Suku stopped thinking about it. The next second, a portal opened in front of him again, and on the other side of the portal, Suku walked in first. Immediately afterwards, everyone walked in without any hesitation. In an instant, everyone appeared at the door of the prison. I saw that this prison was located in a large mountain, surrounded by virgin forests. Obviously, those imprisoned here should be some heinous criminals. At this moment, the prison guards discovered them in an instant. All of a sudden, the prison alarm bell rang. It was obvious that they regarded the Suku pedestrians as intruders. And this time, it's Nick's time to show off. After all, as the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, he has his own power in almost every country in the world. Following Nick's call, the prison's alarms soon disappeared. Even a warden personally greeted him. It turned out that just when Nick hung up the phone, the warden received a call from his superior. He is required to cooperate with the Avengers to accomplish anything. Seeing that the superiors have spoken, what can the warden say? He could only invite everyone in and then asked, "Can I help you with anything?" The warden is indeed quite curious, because he really doesn't know what is in his prison that is worth a trip to the Avengers. Before Nick could speak, Dad did speak first. "We are looking for something here. You don't have to worry about anything. Just don't disturb us." When the warden heard this, he was instantly speechless, because he didn't know who the old man in front of him was. Seeing this, hurriedly said, "We need to find something very important here. Believe me, we are here to save the world." Save the world? The warden was speechless, wondering if he had made a mistake. What does saving the world have to do with the prison of labor? But having said that, what can a warden say? He could only nod in agreement, and then told all the prison guards not to disturb them. Ever since, Dad took the testing equipment in hand and began to search for the unknown Death God token in the prison. Others are protecting their father while preventing Ultron from suddenly appearing here. But at the moment, Suku looked calm. Then he casually strolled through the prison. I have to say that everything in this prison is exactly the same as what I saw in the animation before. This couldn't help but make him feel very nostalgic. Definitely more important is that the prisoners in this prison are all criminals. So this prison is also full of chaos. As a demon, Suk really enjoys this kind of chaos. After about half an hour in public, when the people gathered again, Suk saw that his father was holding a fan in his hand. Sure enough, his previous guess was right. The mysterious Death God token that appears here is indeed the mysterious Death God token that sealed S.H.I.E.L.D phone back then. It's a bit strange when you think about it. Originally, this place should be where Soft Fang's Hell Gate is. As a result, it is now the place where Soft Fang's Death God token appears. Just as I was thinking about it, my father had already started to introduce it to everyone. This fan is the unmistakable token of Death God that sealed the Wind Demon, Soft Phone. The unexplained power above belongs to the unexplained Zhongli of Han Dynasty. Tony definitely didn't know Han Zhongli. He only knew that they got the Death God token before Ultron. This means they can stop Ultron. Thinking of this, Tony stepped forward and wanted to reach out and take a look at the fan. However, when he saw Tony coming over, his father quickly put away the fan in his hand, then looked at Tony and said, "Tony, starting from today, Dad will not allow you to touch the tokens that are not Death God. Do you understand?" When Tony heard this, he felt a little embarrassed instantly. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Ultron's warnings were there, and he couldn't refute them at all. Okay. Now that we have got the things, let's talk about it when we go back. At this moment, Nick hurriedly spoke. Then I saw Suku and said, "Suk, please take us back." Suku walked around here for more than half an hour, and the novelty had long passed, and then nodded. However, just when he was about to open the portal, he suddenly felt a strange force approaching here quickly. His intuition told him that this was the power of Ultron. In other words, Ultron is coming soon. At the same time, Chun-Long and Tony also felt something. However, before they could react, the surrounding prison exploded instantly. Boom! For a time, the ground shook. There was no hesitation at all, and everyone hurriedly started to avoid it. Chun-Long directly protected his father behind him. After all, his father was just a little old man. Fortunately, everyone reacted quickly enough, so no one was injured at this moment. But the moment, the entire prison has been blown up. Countless criminals were either dead or injured, and those who survived also ran out of the prison and wanted to escape from here. The entire prison suddenly became extremely chaotic. At this moment, an oversized robot suddenly appeared in midair, followed by a dozen normal robots. There is no doubt. This oversized robot is Ultron. Ultron! The moment he saw Ultron, Tony became furious. He didn't leave in a hurry and flew directly into the air, wanting to fight Ultron. But Ultron just waved his hand casually. The next second, the robots around him rushed down quickly. He quickly became entangled with Tony and the other Avengers. For a time, everyone was forced to participate in the battle. Ultron looked at everyone with interest and then said, "I really didn't expect that you would actually notice my intention and find this place before me. But it doesn't matter, because I will definitely get the Death God token." It's obvious that Ultron doesn't take Avengers seriously. "You're dreaming." Chun-Long knocked away a robot and said angrily. Then he stood in front of his father again. "Human, do you think you can stop me?" Ultron said with great disdain. The next second, he reached out and pointed at Chun-Long. Then a force instantly shot out of his hand and attacked Chun-Long directly. But at this moment, a powerful force emerged from Chun-Long's body, instantly neutralizing Ultron's power. Immediately afterwards, Chun-Long suddenly flew into the air and started fighting with Ultron. "Suk, take Dad back first. This place will be left to us." Ultron cannot be allowed to obtain unexplained tokens. Suddenly at this moment, Tony, who was entangled by several robots, shouted loudly. When Suka heard this, he was somewhat speechless. Because to be honest, he actually wanted Ultron to get the Death God token. After all, with the emergence of Ultron, the world's righteousness and black aura have fallen into unprecedented chaos. But what is surprising is that the balance between righteousness and black aura has not been broken. This not only made Suku a little curious. If Ultron gains more unexplained power, what will happen to Zhongqi and black aura? It is out of such curiosity that Suku actually wants Ultron to get Safeng's Death God token. However, it's a bit difficult to let Ultron off the hook in front of everyone. As a result, Suku could only give up the idea temporarily and then open a portal. Prepare to take Dad out of here first, then talk about it. However, at this moment, a robot suddenly appeared out of nowhere dash. The robot rushed to the father's side with lightning speed and then snatched away the mysterious Death God token from his old rival. By the time Dad reacted, the robot had already rushed into the air, then quickly flew away. When seeing this scene, everyone was instantly stunned. Dad was even more stunned. It was obvious that Dad had never expected that things would turn out like this. But at the moment, there is no use saying this. At the same time, seeing that he had obtained the thing, Ultron no longer wanted to tangle with everyone. because he knew now was not the time. After punching Chun-Long away, Ultron looked at the crowd and said, "Thank you for finding the mysterious token for me, then goodbye. Believe me, we will meet again soon." He said this with a smile. The next second, Ultron left here without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the robots that were still fighting the Avengers began to fly into the air and then followed Ultron and left here. As a villain with a clear goal, Ultron doesn't want to waste any time. So after completing the mission, he will not get entangled with the Avengers. Damn it, we can't let him leave like this. Seeing this, Tony became angry instantly. Then he got up and started to chase. But he was scolded by his father. "Tony, stop chasing me." Dad sighed and said, "Under the current situation, what's the use of catching up with him? You're no match for him at all." Although he just glanced at Ultron from a distance, Dad still felt the mysterious power emanating from Ultron. Dad knew that Ultron was more powerful than he imagined. Even if Tony and Chun-Long were together, he was no match for S.H.I.E.L.D. In this case, why waste time? If you die because of this, it's not worth it. When Tony heard this, he also knew that his father was right, so he finally gave up the plan of chasing after him. Just like that, they failed again. And this time it was obviously worse than before because with Ultron's attack, at least dozens of criminals in this prison died. And there are still many criminals trapped in the ruins at this moment. Seeing this, the Avengers did not leave in a hurry, but helped carry out search and rescue work. Although whether they appear here or not, Ultron will definitely come. After all, there is no death god token here. But looking at the ruins in front of them and the wailing criminals and prison guards, they really couldn't leave like this. Ever since, after rescuing all the people trapped in the ruins, the Avengers left the prison dejectedly. But at the moment, everyone's mood was very heavy. Because if you include the fan, Ultron now has 5 kinds of unexplained powers. This also means that Ultron is even more difficult to deal with. This is definitely bad news for them. In the Avengers base, everyone sat around a desk with huge amounts of help, and the atmosphere was a bit frighteningly depressing. Sensing that something was not right in the atmosphere, Nick wanted to comfort everyone. But when he thought of what happened before, he didn't know how to speak, because he knew that at the moment, no matter what he said, it was useless. After all, failure is failure. There's nothing good about it. Looking at the people in front of him, Nick felt a little sad. You must know that the reason why he founded the Avengers in the first place was to protect the world and fight against all threats to the world. The results of it? During the Battle of New York, the Avengers were defeated by the Devil and allowed the Devil to rule New York City. Even after joining forces with the X-Men, they were still defeated by the demons, and many of their teammates were killed by the demons. Then, they created Ultron. Want to use the power of Ultron to defeat the Devil. The results of it? They still failed. Even created a more powerful enemy. When thinking of this, Nick started to doubt himself a little bit. Are the Avengers really an organization of heroes? Why can't they defeat any enemy? At the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not leave, because he had something he wanted to figure out. Seeing that no one spoke, he finally spoke first. "Dad, I have a question for you." S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at his father and said. Dad was not in a good mood at the moment, but when he saw S.H.I.E.L.D. speaking, he finally said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" S.H.I.E.L.D. was not polite and asked directly. "I've heard you talk about the theory of righteousness and black aura before, so I'm curious. Has the emergence of Ultron affected the balance of righteousness and black aura?" S.H.I.E.L.D. asked something that he had always cared about. Seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D. actually asked about his professional knowledge, Dad instantly became a little interested. Immediately afterwards, he explained, "Normally, the appearance of heroes or villains will have an impact on the righteousness and black aura of the world. But Ultron is a very special situation. His appearance does not affect the balance of righteousness and black aura in this world. This is because Shang-Chi defaults that Death God's power belongs to Shang-Chi's side, while black aura defaults that Ultron itself belongs to black aura's side. This means that Ultron is the integration of righteousness and black aura. It is a very special existence. It will not affect the balance of righteousness and black aura. It will only bring endless chaos." When S.H.I.E.L.D. heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, Dad's explanation was pretty much what he thought. He had probably guessed before that the reason why Ultron's appearance had no impact on the world was entirely because he had gained unexplained power. After all, even the Death God represents powerful righteousness. And it is this kind of righteousness that just offsets the black aura of S.H.I.E.L.D. Think about it carefully. Is this a bug that Ultron just got stuck in? Quite strange. With the conversation between Sook and his father, the atmosphere at the scene finally relaxed slightly. Then, Nick finally spoke. Okay, stop being so gloomy. Although Ultron has obtained 5 unknown powers, aren't there still 3 unknown powers that have not yet appeared? As long as we get those 3 mysterious tokens first, then we can still stop Ultron. Dad, it's up to you. I hope you can find those 3 mysterious tokens as soon as possible, Nick said and looked towards his father again. When Dad heard this, he nodded immediately. Don't worry, I'll leave this matter to Dad. Dad will definitely find the next token of Death God as soon as possible. Then Nick looked at Suku again. Sook, although I know it's not good to trouble you all the time, this time things are a little special. So if we find another token of Death God, I hope you can help us get to that place as soon as possible. If it had been before, Nick would have refused Nick's request without hesitation. But things are different now, because among the remaining 3 non-Death God tokens, one is his non-Death God token. So he naturally agreed. Don't worry, as long as you call me, I will be there immediately. Sook smiled and said. Nick was relieved when he heard this. As the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick has been too lazy to take care of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs recently. Start serving Avengers wholeheartedly. There is no way. Who made this place encounter some destructive level events? In comparison, what happened to S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing to mention. What's more, they had previously completely eliminated the Hydra undercover agents working at the top of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the United States. So even if Nick is not an S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. can still operate normally. Immediately afterwards, Dad began to search with Chun-Long about the tokens not known as Death God. Tony and the others began to look for traces of Ultron. Suka had nothing to do, so he returned to his villa. Anyway, if anything happened to this guy, he would contact him at any time. The next plot is almost the same as the original plot. Tony finally found a useful clue through some cobweb horse trails. That is, Ultron is acquiring a metal called vibranium around the world. Tony knew about this metal because Roger's shield was made of it. This metal is almost the most perfect metal in the world. He once wanted to use this metal to build a battle armor, but the metal was too precious, so he had to give up the idea. If he guessed correctly, Ultron also wanted to use this metal to build a new body for him. If this is the case, it would be terrible. Let's imagine endless wisdom and technology, unexplained power, consciousness that can exist in any network, plus a body made of vibranium. Who knows what Ultron will become? No, stop Ultron no matter what. Without any hesitation, Tony began to use every means possible to find out about vibranium transactions in the black market. Because this stuff can only be bought on the black market, everything else is illegal. Definitely, Ultron doesn't care if it's illegal, but he will definitely do it in a low-key manner. Zero, please give me flowers. Soon, Tony discovered a guy named Ulysses Crow. It is said that this guy has a large amount of vibranium and is looking for a buyer. There is no doubt that Ultron will definitely find a way to trade with him. Ever since, the Avengers are ready to take action again. But this time they did not notify Suku, because in Nick's opinion, besides looking for, apart from not being able to find the Death God token, it is best not to disturb Suku for other things. If Suku is disgusted, it will be difficult to get along with him in the future. So, they had no choice but to take the Quinjet to their destination. Damn it, Ultron is really here. As soon as he arrived in this area, and before he even got off the plane, Tony saw a group of robots surrounding the place from a distance. One of the tall robots was taking something from a man's hand. Who else could it be if it wasn't Ultron? Then, without any hesitation, Tony instantly flew out of the Quinjet and launched an attack on Ultron. At the same time, Ultron, who was looking at the vibranium, also discovered Tony. Ulysses Clout glanced at the Avengers in horror, then looked at Ultron in front of him and said, "Please, I'm leaving. I don't want to get into trouble. If you want these things, pay for them as soon as possible." Ultron ignored Crow in front of him and just waved his hand casually. The next second, the surrounding robots launched an attack on Tony and the Avengers. A big battle started again in an instant. In Ultron, he didn't even bother to look at it. He only cares about the vibranium in his hands. Then, Ultron looked at Crow in front of him and said, "Open your phone and see. The money you asked for has arrived." Crow was a little surprised when he heard this. The next second, he quickly took out his phone. Sure enough, at the moment, the account showed that $100 million had been received. Crow's face instantly became excited. Human beings are so stupid. A few numbers are enough to make you so happy. Facing the excited Crow, Ultron shook his head and said, but Crow didn't care about Ultron's ridicule. After getting the money, he quickly left here. After all, he doesn't want to get involved in the matter between Avengers and Ultron. And watching Crow leave with his younger brothers, Ultron showed no intention of stopping him. With Ultron's power, he could have taken away the vibranium from Crow's hand and killed Crow and all his younger brothers. But Ultron had no intention of doing that, because in his opinion, this is not necessary at all. Anyway, money and so on are just a series of numbers to him. As long as he can get what he wants, he doesn't mind using these numbers. Obviously, the plot here seems to be different from the original plot, because in the original plot, Clow had one of his arms cut off by Ultron because he mocked him. But now Clow wasn't taunting Ultron, so he kept his arm. Definitely, it doesn't matter. Holding the vibranium in his hand, Ultron flew into the air and then looked at the Avengers who were fighting his own robot army. At the moment, Tony was already furious, but he couldn't get away from the robot army in front of him, let alone get close to Ultron. "Ultron, you damn thing. You have the ability to fight with me alone," Tony yelled angrily. But then, more robot legions suddenly rushed towards him. And because these robots are equipped with powerful righteous magic, these robots are far more powerful than before. Tony is having a hard time just facing these robots, let alone dealing with Ultron. Facing the angry Tony, Ultron looked calm at the moment. Because the unknown power gave him a different way of thinking, he would not be angry because of Tony's words. Even if Crow really angered him before, he might not take action against Crow. Then, he shook the vibranium in his hand and looked at everyone and said, "I know why you came, but unfortunately, you still can't stop me. I've got enough vibranium and can cast a new body right away. You will see a brand new me then. Just wait. I will come to you soon." After saying this, Ultron left directly without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the robots fighting the Avengers also left. Only people with helpless expressions were left. There is no doubt that they failed again and again. At the moment, everyone in the Avengers is simply a little autistic. They begin to feel that maybe they are not heroes at all, because they cannot defeat any evil at all. Whether it's the Holy Lord or Ultron, they will fail every time. What is the point of such a heroic organization? Just when the Avengers fell in his self-doubt, Ultron had appeared in his secret base. This base is located in the deep sea and was originally an abandoned offshore mine. But after being transformed by Ultron, it became his temporary base. Here, Ultron will complete his final plan. Ultron came to a complex machine and put the vibranium in his hand on it. And at the moment, there is a robot that is almost completed lying on this machine. If Suku were here, he would definitely be very interested, because what appeared in front of Ultron at this moment was Vision. And Vision's body is about to be completed. The only thing missing is the piece of vibranium in Ultron's hand. With the addition of this piece of vibranium, Vision Defective's body finally became complete. And Ultron finally got the vibranium body he dreamed of. Looking at the body in front of him, Ultron suddenly laughed, because he can feel that this body can definitely carry all his power. Definitely, just creating a body is not enough. He also wants to make this body more perfect. Ever since, Ultron turned back and looked at the two robots not far away. "Bring her here." The next second, the two robots turned around and left. When they came back again, they brought a woman with them. Appearing here together with this woman is a machine with a unique shape. This machine is the regeneration cradle in Avengers 2, the device that ultimately created Vision. And this woman is naturally S.H.I.E.L.D. In Marvel's original plot, because Hawkeye was injured, Helen Zhao used this device to help Hawkeye treat the wound. This led to an intersection with the Avengers. But the situation now is a little different because Hawkeye had died in the hands of the Holy Lord in the previous battle. Therefore, the Alliance of Avengers of April 27th can no longer have anything to do with Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Regeneration Cradle. It was also because of this that Ultron successfully kidnapped Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D. and obtained the Regeneration Catcher with almost no effort. Ultron slowly walked to Helen Zhao and then looked at the frightened woman in front of him with a smile. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D., in fact, there is no need for you to be afraid of me, because I don't want to kill you. I just want you to do something for me. This thing is very simple. It is to inject life into this body. Ultron said, looking at the body in the machine. Although technically he is just an artificial intelligence, with unexplained powers, Ultron wants to have real life. A new life beyond humans, demons, and ignorance. When Helen Zhao heard this, she looked at Ultron in surprise. Then he shook his head and said, "This is impossible. This is just a machine. How can a machine have life?" Facing Helen Zhao's surprise, Ultron was not angry and still smiled and said, "Doctor, this machine is different from what you imagined. Believe me, it is far more powerful than you imagine. As long as you can help me complete this matter, then I promise you that you can survive even if I destroy the world. But if you don't agree, then I can only cut open your brain, get your memories, and then do it myself. Now, please tell me your answer." Although Ultron's voice was calm, the words he spoke made Helen Zhao couldn't help but shudder, because she knows that Ultron is not joking. He can definitely do such a thing. At this point, Zhao Helen had no choice at all, so she had no choice but to agree. "I will help you, but you must also abide by your promise and not harm me or my family." Seeing Helen Zhao agreeing, Ultron then smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have made the most correct choice. Please rest assured that I am different from humans, and I will not break my promise." In this way, with the help of Helen Zhao and the Regeneration Cradle, Ultron's body is almost completed. Although Tony didn't tell Suku about his previous fight with Ultron. But as a time traveler, how could Suk not know about Vision? But in Suk's view, the real Vision should no longer exist, because the Space Gem and Mind Gem have always been in the hands of the Holy Lord. And without Mind Gem, how could Vision be born? When he thought of Vision, Suku suddenly looked at Wang Tian, who was lying on the sofa watching TV. Dell, it seems that being without Vision is a good thing for him. At least one that can't run away. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On this day, Sik received Tony's call again. On the phone, Tony told Suku that his father had found another token that was not the Death God and needed his help. Without any hesitation, Suk arrived at the Avengers base in an instant. Needless to say any polite words, Tony directly handed Suk the coordinates his father gave him. Suk took a look and then opened a portal. On the other side of the portal, there is an ancient temple located under the desert. Although this is not the first time I have seen Suku's power, but my father was still amazed by the ability to go anywhere at any time. Immediately afterwards, Suku walked in first and others followed. Because he and Suk had visited an ancient temple before, Tony probably knew that there must be various dangers hidden in this ancient temple. So, just like last time, he directly destroyed all the mechanisms in the ancient temple while wearing the god's armor. The others followed Tony and soon arrived at the end of the ancient temple. Dad observed the statues in the ancient temple, then looked at everyone and said, "The god enshrined here is Chao Guojio, the non-death god of the Ming dynasty. Chao Guojio was the non-death god of the Ming dynasty that sealed Zhongsu. So what we're looking for now is the Thunder Demon, the Sino-Soviet death god token. And no one seems to have ever been here, so the mysterious token should still be here. Let's look for each other separately." Dacia and the Soviet Union? Suku was somewhat disappointed when he heard this, because this is already the 6th Death God token that has appeared, and he still hasn't found his Death God token. Definitely, others were a little excited when they heard this, because they finally arrived at this place before Ultron. Immediately afterwards, everyone hurriedly looked around. "Dad, what do you think this is?" At this moment, Tony suddenly walked over with 2 castanets. He originally thought it was trash and was about to throw it away. But the moment he touched the castanets, he suddenly felt a powerful force. In the end, he didn't want to confirm with his father. Suka raised his eyes and recognized it instantly. This was the unmistakable Death God token of Dacia and the Soviet Union. Sure enough, when my father saw the castanets, he instantly became excited. "That's right," Dad said happily. "This is the unmistakable Death God token that sealed Dacia and the Soviet Union back then." When everyone heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just like before, when they got the token of Death God, the whole temple started shaking again. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Suka directly opened a portal. On the other side of the portal is the Avengers base. After returning to the Avengers base, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because this time they were not attacked by Ultron, but successfully obtained the Death God's token. This can be considered a small victory. In order to avoid long nights and endless dreams, Dad immediately extracted the unknown power from the castanets. Dad originally wanted others to get this mysterious power. Because of this, they will have more strength when dealing with Ultron. But helplessly, this time the divine power did not choose any of them. So after repeated consideration, Dad finally had no choice but to attach it to Tony's armor. In this way, Tony's armor has been further improved. Now it has 2 unexplained powers. Now it seems that they have more hope of dealing with Ultron. But what everyone doesn't know is, the reason Ultron didn't come to snatch the castanets was because when they were looking for the castanets, Ultron also got another token that was not the Death God. And this token that is not the Death God is actually a gourd. But don't underestimate this gourd, because this gourd is the Devil of Water, Bosch's unmistakable token of Death God. Ultron discovered it in a temple on a small island and absorbed the power of the gods. In other words, so far, Ultron has obtained 6 unknown powers. If you add in the castanets that Dad and the others found so far, there's only one non-Death God token that has not appeared, which is Curse Blue's non-Death God token, the Lotus bag. Compared to other non-Death God tokens, the Cursed Blue non-Death God token seems a bit special, because this is something that belongs to a female star. In other words, Curse Lawn was once defeated by a female star god, but the real situation is not like this, because Curse Blue was the last one to be sealed back then. This means that what he faced at that time was 8 unknown Death God. With the power of 1 demon, he defeated 8 people without Death God's understanding. But because it was Shingu who took action in the end, people thought it was Shingu who sealed him. Definitely, it is useless to say this now. Sook just wants to find his own Death God token as soon as possible, and then destroy it. Although he is now immune to all righteous magic, even if Ultron gets the Lotus bag, it will not be able to cause any harm to him. But you must know that this is the original Curse Lawn, S.H.I.E.L.D. Just think of it as a reward for replacing the Curse Blue. Suka felt that he needed to find his own token that was not the Death God, and completely destroy it. A few days later, Tony called again and told Sook that Dad had found the next Death God token D. Without any hesitation, Suku rushed over directly. After determining the coordinates, he took everyone to a small mountain village in Dacia. When he first came here, Suku's expression suddenly changed, because he did sense the Death God's token. Really? His Death God token Lotus bag is here. Damn it, Ultron is here too. Just when Sook felt the breath of the Death God's token, Tony's voice suddenly came to mind. Everyone looked up and saw Ultron in the sky. And at the moment, Ultron is preparing to leave here, holding something in his hand. If you look closely, you will see that it is a purse. Obviously, Ultron has obtained the Undead God token belonging to Curse Blue. Damn it, God's token must not be obtained by him. Tony yelled angrily. The next second, He rushed directly towards Ultron. At the same time, Chun-Long also rushed over, determined to prevent Ultron from getting Curse Blue's unidentified Death God token. But facing the angry Tony, Ultron was not willing to fight. He waved his hand casually, and dozens of robots rushed towards them. Tony and the others wanted to stop Ultron, but they were entangled by a large number of robots, and time could not break free at all. They could only watch as Ultron left here with the Death God token. After flying dozens of kilometers, Ultron suddenly sneered as he looked at the Lotus bag in his hand. Because including the Lotus bag, he has already obtained 7 inexplicable powers. When he gets the last unknown power, no one can stop him. However, in an instant, Ultron suddenly realized something was wrong. Before he could react, the next second, a powerful force suddenly acted on him. Immediately afterwards, Ultron suddenly slammed to the ground. Boom! With the ground shaking, Ultron directly smashed a huge amount of pit into the ground. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ultron was instantly shocked. He tried to get up, but found that he couldn't get up. It was as if at the moment, there was a mountain pressing on him. Damn, why is this happening? Who is it? Just when Ultron couldn't figure out what was going on, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's Suka. That's right. Suka finally takes action. If what appears this time is some other token that is not the Death God, then Suka doesn't care at all and will let it go. But this time it's different, because this time it's his Death God token that appears. It's the thing he hates the most. It's you. At this moment, Ultron finally spoke. Although he didn't know Suku, he knew that the reason why he was like this at the moment was because of Suku. The next moment, Ultron realized something. I know who you are. Ultron 5.4 murmured. You are the Moon Demon, Cursed Blue, the most powerful existence among the 8 demons. I never expected that you would actually disguise yourself as a person. 012804309 Felu 131433541. Although Ultron knew that Suku's identity must be very complicated before, he never thought that Suku was actually the Moon Demon among the 8 demons. As for why he knew Suk's identity, it's entirely because at the moment, the force acting on him is gravity, and gravity is the power of Curse Blue. Seeing that Ultron actually guessed his identity, Ink immediately stopped hiding it. He looked at Ultron with a smile and said, "Congratulations, you guessed it right. I am Curselon." The next second, Suk took the Lotus bag directly from Ultron's hand. With a gentle squeeze, the Lotus bag in your hand shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, a huge force exploded instantly and then dissipated between heaven and earth. In this way, Suk finally destroyed his own token of Death God. After doing all this, Suka saw Ultron again. "So what should I do with you?" Suka looked at Ultron with a playful expression and said, "Devil, don't be too proud, even if I don't get your mysterious power. But I also have 6 other unexplained powers. Do you think I can't really do anything to you?" Ultron said angrily. The next second, his body suddenly lost power and fell to the ground like a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, a golden figure flew into the air from Ultron's body. That's right, at the moment, Ultron directly abandoned this body and became an immortal soul form. Interesting, looking at Ultron in front of him, Suku smiled slightly. Things are starting to get interesting. However, just when Suku thought Ultron wanted to fight him, the next second, Ultron suddenly ran away into the distance without looking back. It disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant. Only a robot body is left. Suku was speechless for a moment, because he never thought that Ultron would be so shameless. He thought he was going to take action. As a result, this guy actually ran away without looking back. So drunk. At the moment, Suka could catch up if he wanted to, but he gave up in the end, because it's completely unnecessary. The purpose of his coming here today is just to destroy his Undead God token. But now that the Death God token has been destroyed, he has no interest in other things. As for Ultron, let him jump around for a few more days. Immediately afterwards, Suka walked up to the body abandoned by Ultron, and then directly picked him up. Then another portal opened. The next second, he appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Suku carrying Ultron back, everyone was instantly stunned. What happened? You defeated Ultron? Nick asked with a look of disbelief. Just now, when everyone was fighting the robot, he discovered that Suku had disappeared. Then not long after, there was a sudden sound of huge amounts of noise not far away. He guessed at that time that Suku was going after Ultron, but he never thought that Suku would come back directly with Ultron. This scene really shocked everyone. But when he heard this, Suku shook his head. I didn't defeat Ultron. During the fight just now, Ultron left the body directly and then turned into an invisible form and escaped. 09. I picked up this body. I thought it might be of some use. So that's it. When everyone heard this, they were inevitably a little disappointed because Ultron escaped again. But then, Dad suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, by the way, what about the Death God token? Since Ultron abandoned his body, he shouldn't be able to take away the Death God's token. Where's the God's token? Yes. When they heard this, everyone immediately thought of this, and then all looked at Dien. Nope, Death God token? This thing must have been ruined by labor. Will labor and capital allow you to obtain labor and capital's token of Death God? Suku complained in his heart, but he said calmly, when we were fighting Ultron just now, the Death God token seemed to have been destroyed. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions suddenly became complicated. I didn't know whether I was happy or worried for a moment. Fortunately, if the Death God token was destroyed, Ultron would not be able to obtain such power. The worrying thing is that they have also lost a powerful force, and this kind of power may be used to deal with Curse Blue in the future. But the matter has come to this, and it is of no use to talk about it anymore. Since he could no longer obtain the mysterious power, Tony could only focus on the body of the robot in front of him. After all, this is Ultron's previous body, and maybe they will find a way to deal with Ultron from it. He first explored the body to make sure there were no viruses or trackers. Only then did I feel completely relieved. Then the next thing to do is to study this body carefully. Immediately afterwards, everyone returned to the Avengers base again. And just when they returned to Avengers base, Ultron, who has become an unknown form, has also returned to his secret base. Although this time, not only did he not gain mysterious power, he even lost his body. But at this moment, Ultron was not angry at all, because when he first came back here, he felt that his new body was almost finished. Ever since, Ultron randomly possessed an ordinary robot, and then came to the regeneration cradle. Sure enough, at the moment, the regeneration catch is in the final process. After a while, he will get the body he has always wanted. Well done, Dr. Helen Zhao. Ultron looked at Helen Zhao with a smile and said, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hailuan's work attitude. He will definitely keep his previous promise and let Helen Zhao and her family survive. But other humans are not so lucky. They're destined to die in their own hands. Although Helen Zhao knew what Ultron was going to do next, as a human, she couldn't resist at all. And even if she doesn't agree, Ultron will get everything he wants from her mind. In this case, what can he do? Finally, after several hours of waiting, this new vibranium body was finally created. The next thing to do is to send the data. In the original plot of Avengers Alliance 2, data transmission was a very troublesome matter and even required several hours. But now the situation is somewhat special, because Ultron can directly leave his current body and quickly transfer himself to a new body. Hence, there is no hesitation at all. Ultron broke away from his current body again, and then slowly flew toward the body that he missed so much. When Helen Zhao saw this scene, she was instantly frightened and speechless. She always thought Ultron was just a machine, but now it seems that she realizes that she was wrong. At the same time, Ultron also looked at Helen Zhao. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, congratulations, you will witness the birth of a god. After saying this with a smile, Ultron directly integrated into the new body. As everything was integrated bit by bit, Ultron slowly opened his eyes. At the moment, all there is Ultron, instead of Vision, because Vision never existed. Ultron flew directly from the regeneration cradle and then felt his new body. Sure enough, it was exactly what he imagined. This body is so perfect. Not only can it carry everything he possesses, but can also perfectly adapt to unexplained power. You must know that the previous body could not do this at all. Now, he finally got everything he wanted. Although he only got 6 of the 8 unexplained powers, for him, this was enough. After getting a new body, what Ultron wants to do now is to try out the power he currently possesses. He originally wanted to go directly to the Avengers, but when he thought of the cursed Blue he met before, he finally gave up the idea. Although I don't know why Curran, who is a moon demon, mixes with humans. But that didn't matter to him. The important thing is that Cursed Blue is really difficult to deal with. So he decided to deal with other demons. That is the Holy Lord and S.H.I.E.L.D. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Ultron flew directly from the base into the air and then headed straight for New York. And following him, there were countless robots flying out. And this time, Ultron no longer hides his whereabouts. When people saw countless robots passing by in the air, they were instantly stunned by this scene. Soon, this scene was also noticed by the Avengers. Tony and Banner were still studying Ultron's body, trying to get something useful from it. But when they saw this scene, they immediately put down their work. Then he looked at the scene on the video with a look of astonishment. When they saw that Ultron had appeared in a new look, they knew something was wrong, because this proves that Ultron's vibranium body has been completed, and Ultron is now far more powerful than before. So, what do we do now? Rogers frowned and looked at everyone and asked. Now that Ultron has led thousands of robots to New York City, he doesn't know what he should do. After all, New York City is now occupied by the Holy Lord and S.H.I.E.L.D. From this point of view, Ultron's attack on New York City seems to be beneficial to them. After all, they have always wanted to destroy the Holy Lord. But having said that, Ultron doesn't just want to destroy the Holy Lord. He doesn't even want to destroy all humans in the world. If they just sit back and do nothing, maybe all the humans in New York City will be killed by Ultron. For a moment, everyone was a little confused. Dad, what should we do? With the idea of looking for his dad when he had a problem, Nick looked at his dad. He needs his dad to tell him what to do. After thinking briefly for a while, Dad slowly said, although Holy Lord and S.H.I.E.L.D. are also demons, it has to be said that since they took over New York City, they don't seem to have harmed the people in that city. From this point of view, Holy Lord and S.H.I.E.L.D. are not our enemies now. Our current enemy is just 763 Ultron. So, if possible, Dad thinks we should help Holy Lord and the others deal with Shirchuan. As soon as Dad said these words, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became a little awkward, because they have fought the Holy Lord twice before. I won't talk about it the first time. There was no damage anyway. But the second time, the Holy Lord killed their teammate Hawkeye. For them, this is absolutely unforgivable. In addition to this, S.H.I.E.L.D. also killed 3 X-Men. If they help the Holy Lord now, how will they explain to Professor X? So without any hesitation, Tony shook his head and said, no, there's no compromise between us and the devil, and we will never help the devil. Although the others did not speak. But you can tell from their expressions that they are on Tony's side. Even Shenlong felt that what his father said was outrageous. Seeing this, Dad didn't know what to say. Then, after another discussion, everyone finally decided to go to New York City. If Shindu and Shimu are really defeated by Ultron, then they will gather all their strength to defeat Chang Chuan. But if Ultron is defeated by Shindu and Shimu, then they will take the opportunity to defeat Shindu and Shimu. All in all, they are not involved in the battle between demons and Ultron. Instead, wait until they decide the winner and then take the opportunity to defeat the other side. Although doing so is a bit daunting, it doesn't quite fit the identity of a hero. But at this time, they have no choice. After all, they can't really cooperate with the Holy Lord and the others, right? This is really too hard to accept. At the moment, if Suku were here, he would definitely want to complain, because these guys are so shameless. They dare not face the Holy Lord and Shimu, nor Ultron. They actually want to hide in the dark and take advantage. It is really embarrassing. Anyway, The Avengers agreed to this calendar. Ever since they took action again, and just as they were preparing to take action, Ultron had arrived in New York City with thousands of robots. A big war is about to begin. Arriving near New York City, what immediately appeared in front of Ultron was Nishiki's magical barrier. In the past, even Ultron could only enter it by digitizing himself. But now, it's clear that there's no need to bother. In the next second, Ultron's body instantly disappeared, then passed directly through the magic barrier and appeared in New York City. Although Ultron is not Vision, he has all the abilities that Vision has. Definitely, except for Mind Gem's ability. Immediately afterwards, Ultron looked at the robot army outside the magic barrier. With a glance, all the robots quickly climbed onto the protective cover. Then he began to use his own righteous magic to corrode S.H.I.E.L.D's magic barrier. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D's magic barrier opened a big hole at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, countless robots rushed in instantly. Almost instantly, S.H.I.E.L.D felt the changes in the magic barrier. Then he looked at the Holy Lord beside him. Damn it, Holy Lord, the magic shield has been destroyed, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a solemn expression. What? When the Holy Master heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed out and looked at the sky again. Stretching his field of vision, he found that at the moment, the magic shield was crawling with robots everywhere. And many robots have already rushed into New York City. S.H.I.E.L.D, is there a way to maintain the magic protective shield? The Holy Lord looked back at S.H.I.E.L.D and asked. He knew that his power would become stronger only within S.H.I.E.L.D's protective shield. But if the protective shield disappears, then his power will be weakened a lot. Definitely, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that if there is no protective shield of S.H.I.E.L.D, then this city will be instantly connected to the outside world. At that time, because of their existence, the righteousness and black aura of this world will instantly lose balance. As for what will happen next, even the Holy Lord has a hard time imagining it. And he can be sure that it must be something he doesn't want to happen. S.H.I.E.L.D raised his head and glanced at the sky, only to see that at the moment, the protective shield was covered with robots everywhere, let alone thousands. Then, he looked at the Holy Lord and said, I don't know either, but I can try. Facing so many robots, S.H.I.E.L.D was not absolutely sure, so he could only give it a try. Go ahead, let me deal with the robots that invade this city. The Holy Lord said. Immediately afterwards, S.H.I.E.L.D stopped hesitation and flew far away with a wave of his wings. The Holy Lord began to summon his own demon dragon army, preparing to face Ultron. Although at the moment Ultron did not appear. But the Holy Lord still knows that Ultron did all this. Because the Avengers guys don't know how to kill people. That's right. After invading New York City, Ultron's robot army began a wanton massacre. Although the Holy Lord hates the Avengers, he also knows that they will never slaughter humans without restraint. So Ultron should have done all this. At the same time, a huge amount of demon dragon appeared next to the Holy Lord. Then the Holy Lord turned over and rode on the demon dragon, and then rushed in the direction of Ultron. S.H.I.E.L.D knew that Ultron was not an easy guy to deal with. But at the moment, Ultron has brought his army of robots to attack his city. How could he retreat? As a Holy Lord, as the ruler of this city, he will never retreat. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D's figure quickly crossed the horizon. He soon discovered that at the moment the city was in chaos. Because after those robots entered New York City, they actually started killing innocent humans. As a demon, S.H.I.E.L.D originally didn't care about the life and death of humans, and even humans were just as slaves in S.H.I.E.L.D's view. But I don't know what happened, but when he saw this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D became very angry. Without any hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D instantly spread his wings and rushed over. The sharp wings instantly swept over the robots. The next second, those robots were instantly cut into two pieces by S.H.I.E.L.D's wings, and then completely lost their power. In just a few seconds, S.H.I.E.L.D solved dozens of robots. Thank you, Lord Demon. The devil is so powerful. Those people who were rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D cheered instantly, and when they looked at S.H.I.E.L.D, They seemed to be looking at the Savior. Although Shimu didn't seem to care, he didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly felt warm in his heart. What a strange feeling. Immediately afterwards, Shimu quickly flew towards the largest gap. He must repair this magic barrier before it is completely broken, otherwise he will be in big trouble. But at this moment, Shimu suddenly discovered something was wrong. He noticed that he had cut off the robot's wings before, and now he felt a slight stinging sensation. Even the wings were corroded away. This is clearly the power of righteousness magic. What the hell? Shimu was a little surprised. At this moment, he suddenly saw another robot appearing not far ahead. Without any hesitation, Shimu rushed over and chopped off the robot's head with his wings again. Then, he was surprised to find that his wings were still corroded. This means that these robots are not ordinary robots, but robots containing righteous magic. Interesting, Shimu sneered in his heart. At this moment, his wings returned to normal. Shimu continued to fly and easily eliminated all the robots he encountered. After all, this is his territory, and he will never allow these robots to act recklessly. A minute later, Shimu came to the place where the magic barrier was most damaged. At the moment, thousands of robots were lying on the magic barrier, wantonly corroding the power of the magic barrier with their own righteous magic. Thousands of robots gathered together so densely that people's scalps went numb when they looked at them. Damn it! When seeing this scene, Shimu was instantly furious. Without the slightest hesitation, Shimu began to use his sky magic again. Immediately afterwards, the skies suddenly changed color, and countless thunder and lightning exploded instantly, directly knocking away a large group of robots. At the same time, Shimu also rushed over and started an unscrupulous attack. There is no way. If you want to repair the magic barrier, you must kill these robots first. Otherwise, his repair speed would not be able to keep up with the robot's destruction speed. Just when Shimu was destroying the robot unscrupulously. On the other side, the Holy Lord finally led the Demon Dragon army to encounter Ultron's robot tail. Without any hesitation, Holy Lord's demonic dragon army rushed towards Ultron's robot army in an instant. Then the two sides started fighting. Although the Holy Lord's Demon Dragon army is very powerful, Ultron's robot army is all endowed with powerful righteous magic. So for a while, Ultron's robot army actually suppressed the Holy Lord's demonic dragon army. But the Holy Lord remained unmoved, just staring coldly at a strange-looking robot not far away. Although the other party's appearance changed, his intuition told the Holy Lord. He is Ultron. Hello, Holy Lord, we meet again. Sure enough, the next second, Ultron spoke first, and with a smile on his face. Ultron, today is the day you die. Holy Lord Rage said that he was too lazy to say useless polite words to Ultron. While coming all the way, the Holy Lord had already seen Ultron's robot army destroying his city. This made him furious. Coupled with the divine power emanating from Ultron, the holy life is fierce all the time. So at the moment, the Holy Lord is already a little furious. Even far more angry than when he saw Chun-Long. But Ultron didn't care about the Lord's anger. He just looked at the Lord and said, Holy Lord, have you ever thought that you will truly die? Die? When the Holy Master heard this, he felt funny for a moment. You must know that as an immortal demon, he will not die at all. For the devil, the most serious thing is just being sealed to hell. But now Curran has the ability to release demons from hell at will, which means that even if he is sealed, he will be free immediately. If that's the case, what else is there to be afraid of? So in the eyes of the Holy Lord, Ultron's question is extremely stupid. He didn't even bother to answer. Although the Lord didn't say anything, Ultron seemed to be aware of the thoughts in the Lord's heart. Then he smiled and said, Holy Lord, I know what you're thinking. You are just thinking that demons are immortal beings. The most serious thing is just being sealed in hell, right? But what if I told you that I actually have a way to actually kill you immortal demons? What? When the Holy Master heard this, his expression finally became serious. Because he knew that the Ultron in front of him was probably not lying. He seemed to really have a way to kill the demon. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord immediately sneered. Really? Then tell me, and I'll listen. Ultron smiled slightly and continued. Perhaps you don't know that I was created for two purposes. One is to protect the Earth, and the other is to destroy demons. If we want to protect the Earth, I must eliminate human beings. And if I want to destroy the devil, I have to do another thing, which is to destroy the Earth. When the Holy Master heard this, his face finally turned ugly, because he probably knows why Ultron said before that he could really kill demons. Sure enough, Ultron continued. I know the legends about demons, and I also know that you represent the fire, sky, moon, thunder, and lightning, land, mountains, rivers, hurricanes, and sea water in this world. As long as these things exist in this world, you will be immortal. But what if I destroy them all? So do you think you can survive? After all, without flames, would the fire demons still exist? Without the sky, will the sky demons still exist? No more land. Will the demon of earth still exist? I definitely admit that the thunder demon and the moon demon may be a bit troublesome. After all, strictly speaking, they're not demons belonging to the earth. But I have other arrangements for them, so you don't have to worry about that. So now, do you still think I'm talking nonsense? After Ultron said this, he looked at the Holy Lord with a smile again. That's right. At the moment, Ultron's goals have changed again. He not only wants to destroy humans in this world, but also wants to destroy this world. Because only in this way can these immortal demons be completely killed. At the same time, the Holy Lord's face instantly became extremely ugly, because he knew that everything Ultron said was right. If he really chooses to do that, then except for Zhongsu and Julin, the other 6 demons, including himself, will all die completely. In the final analysis, the 8 demons are immortal. It is because they represent the sky, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountains, and moon of this world. It can even be said that they were born from these natural forces. But if this natural force disappears, then they will disappear. And just like Ultron said, as long as he destroys the earth, the demons will also usher in their final death. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord became even more angry. He never imagined that Tony Stark would actually develop such a thing to become a queen. Go to hell, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. The next second, the Holy Lord cursed angrily and then rushed over on the demon dragon. At the same time, the demon dragon under the Holy Lord's trial suddenly spit out a stream of hot flames and instantly attacked the robots that wanted to rush over. Almost instantly, those robots were melted by the flames. But faced with such an attack, Chuang remained unmoved, because he knew that such an attack would not cause him any harm at all. Sure enough, along with a burst of hot flames, Ultron was not harmed at all. But at this moment, the Holy Lord suddenly jumped. He jumped off the back of the demon dragon and flew towards Ultron. But the next second, the picture owner was suddenly stunned, because his body actually passed directly through Ultron's body, as if at the moment Ultron's body was just a shadow. What's the situation? The Holy Lord was instantly horrified. He had no idea what was going on. However, before he could react, he only felt a pain in his heart. Looking back, the Holy Lord saw that one of Ultron's arms had been inserted into his body, and then he took out a huge heart. It turns out that demons also have hearts. I thought you didn't. Ultron said with a ferocious smile, and then directly crushed the Holy Lord's heart in front of the Holy Lord. Ah! In an instant, the Holy Lord roared in pain. Although demons are immortal, this level of damage still causes a lot of pain to the opponent. What's more, Ultron still has the mysterious power that sealed the Holy Lord back then. But after the pain, what follows is endless anger. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The Holy Lord roared angrily. In the next second, his body recovered quickly, and even his heart, which had been crushed by Ultron, grew back. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Lord rushed towards Ultron again. A hot laser beam burst out from his eyes, but Ao Zhuang still stood there quietly, letting the laser rays pass through his body. Sure enough, it's the same as before. Ultron's body was dematerialized almost instantly, and Tushing's attack still did not cause it any damage. Damn it! What the hell is this ability? When seeing this scene, the Holy Lord instantly realized something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, he flew far away. As far as the current situation is concerned, he must understand what ability he is and then find a solution. Otherwise, he will not be able to defeat Ultron at all. Immediately afterwards, under the control of the Holy Lord, countless demonic dragon legions rushed towards Ultron. This time, Ultron no longer transformed his body, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Astonishingly, it was the sword that was condensed from the deity's power of the immortal god Myoryu Dongbin. With the sword in his hand, Ultron slaughtered the demon dragon army that came over without restraint. These extremely fierce demonic dragon legions were no different from chickens in front of Ultron. As Ultron raised his sword, he killed a large number of them in an instant. At the same time, Ultron's robot army also participated, and in an instant, less than half of the demon dragon army was lost. But the Holy Lord remained unmoved and still watched all of this coldly. Because these demon dragons are just made by him using black aura, he can have as many as he wants. Immediately afterwards, while Ultron was not paying attention, the Holy Lord controlled the huge amounts of demon dragon to rush over and bite Ultron's body in one bite. But this time, Ultron's body did not become insubstantial, but was directly bitten by the demon dragon. Although the demon dragon did not cause any harm to Ultron's body, Ultron chopped off his head. But at the moment, the picture owner has roughly understood the necessary conditions for Ultron body blur. That is, Ultron can only blur the body when he is not fighting. If he is in combat, then the body cannot be blurred. In order to confirm what he was thinking, the Holy Lord instantly summoned the demon dragon again and attacked Ultron. Really? After hundreds of demon dragons died, one finally bit Ultron again. But this time, Ultron's body still did not become insubstantial. It seems you are not invincible, the Holy Lord sneered. The next second, without any hesitation, the Holy Master rushed over. Although Ultron was fighting the demon dragon, his eyes were always staring at the Holy Lord. When he saw the Holy Lord rushing over, Ultron instantly burst out with a powerful divine power and repelled all the demonic dragons. Then he waved the sword in his hand and slashed at the Holy Lord. But at this moment, two hot laser rays suddenly burst out from the Holy Lord's eyes. The laser beam directly destroyed the sword in Ultron's hand, and the sword instantly turned into a golden light and disappeared. The next second, the Holy Lord directly pinched Ultron's neck. Sure enough, at this moment, Ultron's body did not become insubstantial. Finally caught you, the Holy Lord said with a ferocious smile. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, the Holy Lord directly sprayed a burst of hot dragon flames at Ultron. The difference from before is that this dragon flame is actually black. This is the dark fire transformed by the Holy Lord using dark magic. Even the unknowing death god cannot resist it. That's right, at the moment, the Holy Lord wants to kill Ultron completely. But at this moment, Ultron's body suddenly became insubstantial again. He escaped directly from the Holy Lord's control, flew to the side, and escaped the Holy Lord's attack. Damn it! When seeing this scene, the Holy Master was instantly furious. He never thought that Ultron could become invisible again so quickly. The next second, before he could react, a powerful deity's power suddenly penetrated his body. Astonishingly, it was to seal his inexhaustible power. Holy Lord, do you think I will be killed by you so easily? Ultron said with a cruel smile. I am far more powerful than you think. Although the wounds on the Holy Lord healed almost instantly, it still made the Holy Lord extremely angry. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The Holy Lord roared angrily. Just you? I'm afraid not. Definitely, if you ask your brother Julan for help, then maybe you can defeat me. But in that case, I just lost to Curse Blue. And you are still my defeated enemy. Ultron said with a cruel smile. At the moment, Ultron is obviously afraid that the Holy Lord will ask Curse Blue for help, because once Curse Blue appears, he can only leave temporarily. So he was completely telling the truth, hoping to anger the Holy Lord and make the Holy Lord give up the idea of asking Curselon for help. After all, if he guessed correctly, the Holy Lord is an extremely conceited devil. He will never allow anyone to look down on him. Sure enough, after listening to Ultron's words, the Lord felt that his self-esteem had been challenged. Yes, he admitted that his eldest brother Curselon is indeed very powerful. But he's not bad either. He is the demon of fire, Holy Lord. He doesn't need the help of Curse Blue for everything. He can do the same himself. Just like this time, if he asks Curse Blue to help, wouldn't it prove that he is a useless demon? As a great fire demon, he would never tolerate such a thing. As a result, the Holy Lord sneered and said, "Don't worry, I won't let him come this time. I will kill you with my own hands." When he heard this, Ultron instantly laughed because he didn't expect that his plan would go so smoothly. Sure enough, the Holy Lord is indeed a proud and conceited devil. Go to hell. At this moment, with a roar, the Holy Lord rushed over again. While Shingdu and Shimu were fighting separately, the belated Avengers finally arrived. But when they arrived here, they were instantly stunned by the thing in front of them. At the moment, there are robots everywhere corroding the magic barrier. Even the magic barrier of New York City has been corroded by huge amounts of moving mouth, and many people are trying to escape from here. But obviously, this matter is not going so smoothly, because when these robots see humans, S.H.I.E.L.D, they will kill them without hesitation. So much so that there are dozens of corpses lying next to the east entrance. When seeing this scene, the Avengers quickly launched into action without any hesitation. Tony fired a missile and instantly killed 3 robots that were chasing humans, and saved them. And with this move, their whereabouts were revealed. When they noticed the Avengers appearing here, the surrounding robots rushed over instantly. The attack on the Avengers alliance began. Seeing this, everyone quickly joined the battle without any hesitation. Roar! Immediately afterwards, there was a roar. Banner directly transformed into Hulk, and then rushed into a group of robots not far away. Soon, they eliminated the robots in this area, and then began to guide people who were trying to escape New York City to leave New York City. Although they came here mainly for the battle between Holy Lord and Ultron, it is still necessary to help save humans. After all, they're a heroic organization after all, and this is what they should do. Dad never took action from beginning to end. In fact, this situation did not require him to take action. He just looked up at Shimu, who was fighting thousands of robots in the air, and then frowned. Although these robots have powerful righteousness magic, the power of these magics is not enough to cause harm to Shimu. Shimu can easily deal with them. There are too many robots. A few, dozens, or hundreds, Shimu can easily solve it. But with thousands of such robots swarming forward, Shimu really couldn't hold on anymore. Although he will not die, Shimu is actually injured. Even the speed at which his wounds healed could not keep up with the speed at which the robots inflicted damage on him. There is no way. There are too many robots. At this moment, Tony and the others also noticed this scene. Tony looked directly at his father and said, "Dad, what do you think of us sealing Shimu directly now?" That's right, at the moment. When he saw Shimu fighting against some robots, Tony suddenly wanted to sneak attack Shimu, and he feels that the probability of success is very high. Immediately afterwards, Dad still didn't speak. Xiaoyu on the side spoke first. "No, didn't you see? Shimu is fighting those robots now. From his point of view, he should be protecting the city now. How can we take action against him?" Xiaoyu said angrily. She did not agree to seal Shimu now. When Tony heard this, he looked at Xiaoyu helplessly and said, "Xiaoyu, don't forget, Shimu is a demon. How can they protect humans? They will only harm humans and enslave humans. And the reason why Shimu is fighting those robots now is just to protect his territory." Xiaoyu knew that she couldn't defeat Tony, so she walked aside angrily. if she still doesn't agree to take action against Shimu. At this moment, Nick suddenly walked over, then looked at Tony with a complicated expression and said, "Tony, actually I think what Xiaoyu said makes sense." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't understand why Nick would say such a thing. You know, the demons killed Hawkeye before. Those are their teammates. Still Nick's subordinate. How could Nick forget about this so quickly? Before he could say anything, Dad suddenly spoke again. "Tony, Dad knows what you are thinking, but Dad can tell you that there will never be any compromise between us and the devil. We have only one way to deal with demons, and that is to seal them. But now, the situation is really unique, because the demons are really protecting this city. Ultron not only wants to kill the demons, but also wants to kill all the humans in the city. We have seen this before. If we hadn't arrived in time, those people before would have been killed by Ultron's robots. From this point of view, the demons are now on our side." Nick on the side heard this and nodded immediately because he thought so too. Although the devil has always been their enemy. But when facing a common enemy, they may not necessarily be enemies. But they killed Barton, and they killed 3 X-Men. What do we do about this? Tony questioned. At the moment, although Tony still hated Chengdu and Shimu very much, he also felt that what his father said made sense. If they really attack Shimu now, what will those robots do? With their current power, there is no way they can deal with thousands of robots, let alone Ultron. But having said that, once you really help the demons deal with Ultron, how can you be worthy of the dead Barton and the X-Men? Just then, Nick came over. He patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will never compromise with the devil. Everything we do is just to save more humans. As for the X-Men, I will go and say hello. I believe Professor X can also understand our approach." When several other people heard this, they also chose the default. After all, at the moment, the situation now is very different from before. If they continue to hold on to their previous ideas, then I am afraid that everyone in this city will die because of this. This is something no one wants to see. Now that things have come to this, what can Tony say? He could only sigh helplessly, and then said, "You can do whatever you want. I don't care." When everyone heard this, it didn't force Tony. The next second, bursts of deity's power instantly appeared on Xiaoyu's body, and then she rushed directly towards Shishu. "Xiaoyu, wait for me." Worried about Xiaoyu being injured, Chunlong also hurriedly chased after her. At the moment, Shimu is surrounded by thousands of robots. Although he kept killing the robots with his wings and claws, and even used dark magic, there were simply too many robots. Even if he tried his best, he could only kill hundreds of robots. But more robots swarmed around him and used the righteous magic they carried to attack him. Although he was not injured, he was indeed trapped here at the moment. This gave Shimu an extremely headache because in this case, he would not be able to cast repair magic at all. I can only watch helplessly as the magic barrier is being destroyed more and more. Suddenly at this moment, Shimu's face suddenly turned ugly, because he suddenly realized that the unknown force was quickly approaching him. Then looking back, Shimu instantly saw Xiaoyu and Chunlong rushing towards him. Damn it! My heart was filled with rage. He never thought that at this time, Buyu and Chunlong would actually want to attack him. This is really troublesome. At this moment, he is being manipulated by these robots and has no way to deal with Xiaoyu and Chunlong. He tried to get rid of the robot encirclement, but he couldn't do it at all, because these robots clung to him and refused to let him leave. The next second, Shimu saw 2 powerful divine forces attacking him. At this time, it was too late to dodge. Shimu had no choice but to chant a spell and prepare to pull down Xiaoyu and Chunlong's attack. But then, something happened that shocked Shimu. I saw that the 2 powerful divine powers did not hit him, but those robots. In an instant, a large group of robots were beaten to pieces. What's the situation? Shimu was a little confused for a moment. Did it miss the mark? Impossible? You have to know that they have incredible power. How could they miss it? At this moment, Xiaoyu and Chunlong had already rushed to Shimu. Just when Shimu was a little confused, Xiaoyu Ruren spoke. Big Bat, don't worry. We are not here to defeat you this time. We are here to help. Help? Doesn't the death god obviously help the devil? When Shimu heard this, he immediately looked at Xiaoyu and Chun-Long in front of him with vigilance. He didn't believe what Xiaoyu said. After all, Xiaoyu almost tore off his wings the last time they met. As a result, when we first met, she actually said she wanted to help him. This is a joke. Seeing that Shimu didn't seem to believe what he said, Xiaoyu didn't talk nonsense. She rushed over again and instantly knocked away several robots on Shimu. Then he said again, "We didn't lie to you. After all, Ultron is killing humans now. In comparison, you are not hurting humans. So we decided to deal with Ultron and his robots first. As for the grudges between us, let's talk about it later." Chun-Long also said on the side, "Shimu, you should know that if we want to defeat you now, it will be basically easy. But we didn't do that. Doesn't that mean something?" When he heard this, Shimu finally believed what Xiaoyu said before. Because he also knows that the Avengers are still a heroic organization after all, and their main mission is actually to save mankind. Although they are demons, they have not massacred humans since they took over the city. He even saved many humans just now. From this point of view, it seems that they are not enemies now. Thinking of this, Shimu felt relieved. At the same time, Chun-Long and Xiaoyu had already started fighting. Death God burst out with bursts of mysterious power, instantly helping him deal with a large number of robots. And this also allowed Shimu to regain his freedom. Immediately afterwards, Shimu also joined the battle. The sharp wings and claws destroyed countless robots in an instant. But when he looked at Xiaoyu again, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Shimu's mind. That is, should he take the opportunity to kill Xiaoyu now? After all, Xiaoyu has his own mysterious power, and what he hates most is this kind of power. Thinking of this, a cunning look suddenly flashed in Shimu's eyes. There is no way. After all, Shimu is also a devil, and cunning is his nature. But at this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered something, and then turned around and looked at Shimu. "Shimu, I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, I will be rude to you," Xiaoyu said with a smile, and then suddenly moved her wrist. For a moment, Shimu thought of the scene where Xiaoyu stepped on his back and pulled his wings. This made him couldn't help but shudder in his heart, because that scene was so embarrassing and painful. He really didn't want it to happen again. Humans, I'll let you go this time. But let me explain in advance, after the Ultron matter is dealt with, we will still be enemies. When Xiaoyu heard this, she rolled her eyes at Shimu. "Don't worry, we have always been enemies. I don't want to be friends with you." "Friend?" Shimu was speechless for a moment when he heard this. "When did you say you wanted to be friends with humans? This little human girl is so annoying." With a murmur in his heart, she began to participate in the battle again. He needs to quickly get rid of these robots and repair the magic barrier. Meanwhile, on the ground, Hulk is attacking the robots who are trying to attack them. Those robots are just like toys in front of Hulk, and the righteous magic attached to them has no effect on Hulk. After all, Hulk is not a demon. Black Widow and Rogers also began to evacuate those who wanted to leave New York City in an orderly manner. This time Shimu didn't stop him, because at the moment, he couldn't care so much at all. For him, the most important thing is to get rid of these robots and then repair the magic barrier first. As for all right, Tony was also helping to evacuate the crowd. But in Dad's opinion, this is really overkill. After all, with Tony's power, he can definitely help deal with those robots. But thinking about Tony's previous resistance to helping the devil, Dad couldn't say anything more. Not long after, with the addition of Xiaoyu and Chun-Long, the situation on Shimu's side became much easier. Seeing this, Chun-Long immediately came to Shimu and asked, "Shimu, tell me where the Holy Lord is?" When Shimu heard this, he glanced at Chun-Long warily. "What are you doing with the Holy Master?" Obviously, Shi Qian is going to trouble the Holy Lord again because of Chun-Long. Chun-Long was a little speechless, but still said, "I've been helping you for so long. Can't you still see it? Don't worry, I won't take action against the Holy Lord. Our goal this time is just Ultron. As for our previous matters, Let's wait until Ultron is dealt with. When Shimu heard this, he thought about how Chunlong and Xiaoyu had helped him just now, and finally decided to believe Qinpeng. And he also knew that the Holy Lord should not be Ultron's opponent. At the moment, the Holy Lord is in urgent need of help, even if it is unknown help. Ever since, Shimu pointed directly in the direction of the Holy Lord. Over there, Ultron is here too. Without any hesitation, Chunlong rushed over directly. At this moment, Tony also discovered Chunlong leaving. Tony looked at it with a complicated expression. Although he hates demons, he actually hates Ultron even more. Because Ultron is a monster he created himself. It can even be said that all the bad things Ultron did can be attributed to him. Seeing that Chunlong is going to deal with Ultron, it seems a bit unreasonable if he does nothing. Thinking of this, Tony could only grit his teeth fiercely and then said to his father, "Dad, I'm going to help deal with Chuang too." Seeing that Tony finally changed his mind, his father nodded with relief and said, "Go ahead, leave this place to us." Tony stopped talking nonsense and immediately followed Chunlong. Flight was over the entire city, and they discovered that the city had fallen into immense chaos. There are rampant robots and panicked people everywhere. There are definitely a lot of demonic dragons from Holy Lords as well. But what is different from before is that now these demon dragons are actually fighting robots again and protect those humans. When they saw this scene, both Chunlong and Tony had a wry smile on their hearts, because this is what they are supposed to do. But now, it is the devil who does it again. It's a bit ironic when you think about it. After taking care of a few robots, they rushed towards the direction of the Holy Lord and Ultron again. And when the whole city was in chaos, Sook at the moment was sitting at home drinking coffee with a calm face. He definitely knew what was happening in New York City at the moment, but he had no intention of taking action. Even when Wanda and Quicksilver wanted to go out to help, he stopped them. Definitely, this is not because he underestimates the strength of Wanda and Queen, but it suddenly occurred to him that in Marvel's original plot, Quicksilver seemed to have died while fighting Ultron. 0128043009, Feilu 131453141. Although he has completely changed the development of the plot, what if such a plot happens again? My brother-in-law died without doing anything. Sook won't be able to explain to Wanda then. For their safety, Sook could only ban Wanda and Quicksilver from going out. Definitely, when occasionally a few blind robots come around the villa, Sook doesn't mind the two of them cleaning it up. It's quite enjoyable. As for why Sook didn't take action, it was naturally because he saw the Avengers starting to take action in the helm mirror he borrowed from the Holy Lord. Originally, he thought the Avengers wanted to take the opportunity to cause trouble. But as I watched, something suddenly went wrong. Because Xiaoyu and Chunlong actually helped Shimu fight against the robot army. This made Sook very interesting. So he was looking forward to what would happen next. Is it possible that the Avengers will really work together with the devil to fight Ultron? If that were the case, things would be fun. Definitely, this matter has nothing to do with Grams at the moment. Moreover, Shimu and Holy Master didn't ask him for help, so Suku was naturally too lazy to take action. As for why you don't ask yourself for help, of course, it's because of your dignity. After all, as the Sky Demon and the Fire Demon, Shimu and the Holy Lord both have their own dignity. It's okay to ask Suku for help once in a while. After all, we are all brothers. But it would be a bit unreasonable to ask Suku for help with everything, because this makes them look too incompetent. The scene returns to the Holy Lord. Although the Holy Master has recently learned a lot of dark spells from the Great Spellmaster, he can still cause some damage to Ultron. But Ultron is too powerful, because he now has 6 inexplicable powers. With the blessing of these 6 inexplicable powers, Chuang becomes extremely powerful. It is simply not something that the Holy Lord can deal with. So it didn't take long for the Holy Lord to be beaten and retreated. At the moment, the Holy Master really regretted it. I regret my promise just now that Ultron will not let Cursed Blue help. If it's Cursed Blue, it should be able to take care of Ultron, right? But the words had already been spoken, and the Holy Lord really could not go back on his words because it involved an issue of dignity. What? This won't work. If you really can't do it, just find Curse-Lon. You are no match for me anyway. Ultron seemed to be aware of the Holy Lord's intention, and then said sarcastically. When the Holy Lord heard this, he was instantly furious, and his previous thoughts dissipated in an instant. There's nothing he can do. The atmosphere has already been heightened here. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he looked for Curse-Lon again? Damn it, I haven't lost yet. After saying this angrily, the Holy Lord flew up again, preparing to attack Ultron. But suddenly at this moment, a noise not far away suddenly caught his attention. The next second, the Holy Master saw Chun-Long and Tony coming straight towards this side. Damn it, the Holy Lord was instantly furious. He thought these guys were here to deal with him. Without waiting for the Holy Master to react, Tony and Chun-Long immediately launched an attack. Two waves of deity's power struck instantly. The Holy Lord was about to dodge, but the next second, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Because it seems that the target of these attacks is not myself, but Ultron. Sure enough, in the next second, all the attacks hit Ultron. But such an attack still did not hurt Ultron, but passed directly through Ultraman's body. Asterisk, the Holy Lord was a little confused for a moment. He had no idea what was going on. At the same time, Ultron looked at Tony with a bit of confusion in his eyes, because he didn't expect that the Avengers would actually help the demons. It's really interesting. Immediately afterwards, Tony and Chun-Long flew over and stopped not far from the Holy Lord. The Holy Master looked at Chun-Long and Tony with a wary look and said, "What do you mean?" Chun-Long looked directly at the Holy Lord and said, "Holy Lord, although there have always been disputes between us, now, we must put aside our hatred and deal with Ultron first. Zero, please give me flowers. After all, Ultron is our common enemy now." Tony on the side did not speak, but glanced at the Holy Lord hatefully, and then glanced at Ultron. These two guys are the existences he hates the most. But Tony hates Ultron even more than the Lord. Because Chuang is a monster created by his own hands. A monster who wants to destroy the entire world. After listening to Chun-Long's words, the Holy Master looked at Chun-Long and Tony with some suspicion. It seems that these two guys want to deceive themselves. After all, not long ago, these guys brought a bunch of people to fight for him. But now they actually want to cooperate with him? This is somewhat outrageous. But at this moment, the Holy Master suddenly became keenly aware that the magic barrier covering New York seemed to be slowly recovering. At the same time, Shimu's voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the Holy Master. "Holy Lord, they didn't lie. They really want to cooperate with us. It was because they helped me just now that I had the opportunity to repair the barrier. Let's put aside the grudges between us and humans for now. The most important thing now is to defeat Ultron." If someone else told the Holy Lord this, the Holy Lord would definitely not believe it. But if Shimu said this, then the Holy Lord would naturally believe it. Because the Holy Lord knows that Shimu will never deceive him. And he probably knows why the Avengers are helping them. To put it bluntly, they're also doing it for the humans in this city. After all, Ultron doesn't just want to kill them demons. He also wants to kill all humans. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because he was already having a hard time facing Ultron. If Chun-Long and Tony also attacked him at this time, then he will really be irresistible. Although he understood everything in his heart, the Holy Master still looked at Chun-Long and Tony coldly and said, "I'll give you a face this time. Let's deal with the common enemy first. But after Ultron, we will still be enemies." "Definitely." Chun-Long nodded and said, he doesn't want to be friends with the Holy Lord either. Although Tony was still a little disgusted, it was hard to say anything. Ever since, the next scene was a little different, from 1-on-1 to 3-on-1. But when facing the trio of Holy Lord, Tony, and Chun-Long, Ultron did not panic at all. Because in his opinion, even if the three guys in front of him put together, they may not be his opponent. "Chun-Long, find a way to hold Ultron back. I need some time to prepare. I will kill him then." At this moment, the Holy Lord suddenly spoke. When Qianlong heard this, he felt helpless for a moment, because the tone of the Holy Lord's words was full of command. But looking at the confident look on the Holy Master's face, it seemed that he really had some way to kill Ultron, so Qianlong couldn't say anything else. The next second, Qianlong rushed forward first. Seeing this, Tony could only rush over. Since it was cooperation, Holy Master also showed his sincerity. I saw him shouting loudly. Although Ultron's body can be insubstantial, his body cannot be insubstantial when attacking. And the time of each virtualization is not very long. You can attack him by seizing the gap. When Tony and Qianlong heard this, they instantly understood, and then they felt much more relaxed when fighting Ultron. But even so, Ultron didn't treat them as the same thing. Suddenly, he burst out with a powerful force, instantly forcing Qianlong and Tony back. Then, Ultron waved his hand casually, and a large group of robots appeared again, and then surrounded Tony and Qianlong. Damn it! Coming again? Seeing a large group of robots in front of him, Tony instantly became furious. Because every time he met Ultron before, Ultron always let his robots haunt him. This gave him a headache. Moreover, these robots are all independent systems and are completely controlled by Ultron. He cannot invade the systems of these robots at all. What two losers! Seeing Qianlong and Tony being entangled by a group of robots, the Holy Master couldn't help but curse. In the eyes of the Holy Lord, these two guys are so useless. You still dare to say that you want to cooperate with him? You are really not afraid of embarrassment. But at the moment, the Holy Lord also completed what he wanted to do. When the Holy Lord appeared in front of Ultron again, Ultron clearly noticed that the Holy Lord seemed to be a little different. He seems to have some kind of special power. In fact, Ultron's guess was correct. Taking advantage of the time when Tony and Qianlong were attracting Ultron, the Holy Master took out the Space Gem and Mind Gem. Then he directly integrated these two gems into his body. There is no way. The Holy Lord alone can no longer defeat Ultron, so he can only count on the power brought by these two infinite gems.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.